Dobré ráno, dámy a páni.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, on behalf of the co-organizer of today's event, the Slovak Foreign Policy Association, welcome you to the final review conference on the future of Europe. Minister, Prime Minister, please welcome. Thank you for being here with us. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs naturally was the key co-organizer of this event. However, I'd like to thank also to other partners for the support, representation of the European Commission to Slovakia and the office and representation of the European Parliament, as well as Friedrich Ebert Stiftung or Friedrich Ebert Foundation. 1 year ago, when the process of debate on the future of Europe started, no one had any idea about the dramatic changes that Europe was to go through in the upcoming months and the new challenges we would have to deal with. However, I believe that today's discussion is going to reflect all of these changes and challenges after the 24th of February, this year, after the Russian aggression broke out against Ukraine. However, they will certainly also reflect a more long-term problems or challenges that the EU is facing, and that includes Slovakia and other member states, of course. Today's conference is going to be divided into 4 sections that reflect the civic panels or civic discussion panels that were taking place within the scope of the overall discussion on the future of Europe. The first panel is going to focus on the questions or issues or affairs related to economy, but also digital transformation, and youth as well, and education. The second panel is going to focus on the climate change, the environment, as well as health. This is also the section which will reflect on the pandemic era or corona era that we were going through, or well, we still are going through, because it's perhaps not over. Nevertheless, the third panel is going to focus on the issues of the European Union in the global context, as well as migration, and the fourth panel is going to reflect another of these topics that are so timely and that we can regard burning issues within the scope of the debate and overall discussion of not only European future, but also the future of Europe as a continent and the EU as such. I'd like to inform you that this debate on the future of Europe within the scope of the Slovak Republic had this very strong civic dimension. However, there were also 2 other pillars that could be labeled as one pillar. We are in the EU, which involved a series of discussion events and cultural events under the auspices of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic. And the second pillar was the National Convent on the EU, which on the expert level discussed various sectoral policies. Today's event is going to reflect the conclusions of the Europe-wide debate. It's going to reflect also the Slovak contribution to the debate in 4 areas that I've just outlined. However, tomorrow's event, where this conference is continuing, we will focus on the European and the regional dimension. So we will be comparing the Slovak experience with other countries within the EU. Without much further ado, I'd like to now ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic, Mr. Ivan Korčok, to take over the floor. And after Minister of Foreign Affairs, we will be listening to the Prime Minister, Mr. Heger. Thank you very much, Mr. STRÁŽAY. Pleasant morning, dear Prime Minister, dear ambassadors, Your Excellencies, dear guests. I'd like to welcome you to today's review conference on the future of Europe. Let me start this debate, yours and ours. Let me sort of initiate it with 3 short notes. Firstly, I believe that we still need to remember why we actually embarked on this process and project on the future of Europe. Perhaps it's a little forgotten fact, but it was it started 6 years ago, and the original trigger of this debate and the urgency of this debate on the future of Europe was the internal development in the EU, which basically ended with Brexit. I remember very well the month of July 2016, when we were all stood in shock. And in combination, once again, with the dramatic international development, well, let's remember the elections in the United States, we just felt that the EU was at a crossroads and it was facing existential questions. That's why we decided to launch this debate on the future of Europe. And why I'm saying this, 6 years, I believe it's quite a long time for such a debate. We need to act. We need to act because the urgency, which is related to the future of the EU, and the challenges pressing at us every day remind us that the debate are soon to be finished, and we need to seriously look at what we can do for the future and present, because even the present gives us a lot of urgency. Secondly, conference on the future of the EU, I perceive it as a positive fact, was some sort of precedent. It was something new. In contrast to the previous processes, we decided to debate with the citizens. That's why this conference was built on this major pillar. Let's first talk to the people, to the citizens here in Slovakia or in any other member state, and let's ask them what are their expectations. That's why I want to say that from the perspective of the public debate and creating a platform for discussion and participation of the citizens in general in the governance of the public affairs, I think this conference made great sense. Just shortly before the Prime Minister arrived, I talked to him, and we agreed that it's quite complicated to catch attention of the citizens and to attract them to participate in the debate. It's a challenge in itself, and I'd like to thank deeply to every single stakeholder who helped us to talk to the citizens and give them platform for discussion. I'd like to thank to my colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, because this was actually the reason why we decided to embark on it. It wasn't simple to attract their attention and to get them involved in the discussions and the debates. We had several events, whether online because of the pandemic limitations. However, when the situation allowed us, we also held face-to-face events. We traveled across the towns of Slovakia. We had roadshow involving 25 towns in Slovakia. I think you participated, Prime Minister, you participated in the first part in August last year. There was the Back to School project, Back to Schools, when our colleagues actually went to the schools they graduated, and they talked to the students about the future of the EU. And we linked Slovak universities with European universities, or University Institute in Florence, Italy, which had a great feedback. And afterwards, what we've learned from the citizens here in Slovakia or across the European platform, we all know these results. This is basically going to be debated and discussed in those 2 upcoming days, so I won't cover the details. However, let me leeway on the third note that I have. So how are we going to process these expectations of our citizens? What are the next steps? So are we going to do business as usual previously, when very often a debate on the future of EU was a beauty contest between the European institutions, and quite often this contest was basically represented the vying of these institutions, which of them will actually take precedence and take the dominant role in shaping of the European future. Perhaps the European Parliament had an assertive position in that, and I'm not criticizing it, I'm just stating the fact. European Parliament had a very strongly profiled position before the beginning of the conference. You know very well that the EP is working on their resolution and their position with great ambition, and I want to be now self-critical, talking about the member states and the European Commission. as an institution where we didn't really had a major debate on the future of Europe, so we as member states had perhaps space for improvement here, and in principle we shouldn't complain because the other institutions, specifically the European Parliament, is coming up with specific proposals. It doesn't mean that I have to agree with every proposal like that. However, as member states, I believe we could have done more. I also want to point out that there's a real risk that now, especially the institutional questions are going to get into the forefront. Perhaps the street level discussion from across Europe will now be shifted behind closed doors, and it's mainly going to be about who is pro and who is against opening of the essential treaties. I want to say that for Slovakia, change of the treaties or debate on the changing of treaties is not it doesn't state like we can't do what we need to do without changing of the treaties, or the other counterpole in this debate says no opening of the treaties whatsoever. I think we have a clear position on this. If we define the areas where we need to change the primary law, we're not afraid of the debate. However, it should not be purely political and academic debate whether to open or not to open the treaties. It should be debate on policies where we clearly define where is the added value for the citizen, and if it's necessary, okay, let's discuss about opening the treaties. And to conclude this, I don't want to talk for too long, let me tell you one thing. Mr. STRÁŽAY basically pointed this out. The conference started at the time when we thought we need to deal with, especially with the events taking place before the conference, Brexit, migration crisis, dramatic international events, and at that time already we perceived the situation as, well, let's say dramatic or urgent. That's why we felt we needed to talk about the future of the EU, because once again I'm returning to Brexit. If one of the countries such a leading one of the leading members of the EU, and I still perceive this as a warning finger, as a caveat that we need to deal with. Nevertheless, the conference ended under totally different conditions, and I'm talking about the war in Ukraine. There's another breaking point that we could not imagine. And I think, and this is the final idea that I want to present to you, something that before the war in Ukraine sounded like a cheap phrase. The EU is first of all a peace project. Now it gets very specific outlines. Everybody understands, and it's very clear for everybody what is war and what is peace. So from this reason, this makes the results of the debates very urgent. We need to end the discussion, we need to act, and I hope that Slovakia will contribute profoundly to this action. And now I'd like to invite the Prime Minister to take over the floor.
Thank you very much, Minister. And thank you for having me here. Very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, dear viewers that are following us online. We are participating in a conference about the future of Europe, and we are trying to review and look back what has happened also. And we are in one of the member states, and we need to ask ourselves, or those who will debate, and all the panelists, although I'll try to participate in this debate, how we will approach this. Is this just necessary exercise, or do we want Slovakia to be heard? Do we want our voice to be really strong and unanimous and clear? I'm very glad that the minister has painted a picture already and provided us with the context, and mentioning that we are actually at the crossroad. Looking back into the past months, I need to say that we were also at the crossroad when the pandemics had started, but on 24th of February we realized that we really woke up into a new world, not only new Europe, but the whole world. And this crossroad has been open, or was open for a while, and it is absolutely vital that we look back into the recent years and we formulate clear answer. What kind of Europe do we want to have? It's not about what kind of an European Union we want to have. It's about what kind of Europe we want to have. That's very important. And I will offer you my perspective, and I will be very glad that you will let your perspective be heard throughout the conference. I believe that Europe has much bigger potential than we are using, and we should strive hard to achieve it. So, having this question whether this is just a necessary exercise, I want to call upon you. Let not this be an ordinary necessary exercise. Be ambitious. Today we are reviewing, we are evaluating what has happened. Today we can say what was not said throughout past year. We see all the hurdles and struggles of Europe, and I believe that each and every one of you very well knows all those unspoken challenges and problems that have been maybe disclosed throughout the pandemics and also throughout the war in Europe. And I'll try to point to those hurdles and challenges, to the tough ones and also to the good ones. With the onset of pandemics, it was a shock throughout the first days and weeks, of course. And of course, in the situation of shock, everybody is trying to kind of save his or her life. And I'm very thankful to the European institutions that it really has brought this unifying element, unifying attitude and perspective that has showed that the European Union and the member states can do something maybe nobody would have ever dreamt of. Recall how long used to be the decision-making processes before. We were debating and discussing, and it was agonizing. Debates that took 4 years with the very slim prospect that they would lead to a decision. But due to the pandemics, all of a sudden we were able to reach a decision within months or weeks, which, considering 27 parliaments, 27 governments and all the member states, is a great achievement. But what was actually the baseline? The baseline was to have unity, to manage, to go through the pandemics and to be unified. It has become clear that all the basic values of the European Union, or on which the European Union is built, are deep within us, and they are key element. And I do believe that the European Union really managed the situation well when it comes to pandemics. A great example of our unity and our force was our attitude to inoculation, how we were purchasing the vaccination substances and medications, and we really could see very clearly what unity and cooperation could bring, and that this diverse, very big group can accelerate its decision-making process. And now when looking back at the 24th of February and the huge shock it caused, is the following. Well, first and foremost, we realized that any compromise can cost lives. This is the strongest message we can hear, and that we should be reiterating over and over again that compromise, that no compromise is good for our future, and it can lead to death of people. And I'm talking about compromises towards Vladimir Putin and his thinking and his strategy. We were hiding our heads into the sand, or we were trying to avoid answering the difficult questions, but we see the results of it. And we see that the independence from the natural resources, from the Russian natural resources, is a must. Each and every country can look back and can ask itself to which extent we were walking the talk, to which extent we were really doing our best to invest into our independence, although this threat has been around for years. And let's go back to the vision, to our vision. What kind of Europe do we want to have? What kind of Europe do we want? What kind of Europe do you want yourself to live in, your friends, children, grandchildren? Because the crossroad has been there for some time already, and we need to set the direction, not for the upcoming years, but for upcoming decades. And in the context or in the framework of this, we need to say compromise is a vice. And compromise has been around among the member states, and it has kind of resulted into certain reluctant attitudes to certain events and activities. And when we look into the future of Europe, we need to ask ourselves, how big should the European Union be? Should the European Union equal Europe? I think that this should be our ambition. Yes, I think that the European Union should offer each and every state in Europe a prospect to become a member of the European Union. And we see that we are struggling with it. We are struggling with it because so far we haven't kind of managed the compromise, what to do about the compromise. But there is treat for that, and I believe that the future of Europe should really be that countries like Bulgaria, the Western Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova will be members of the European Union. We need to prep for that. I don't know to which extent we can expect the Great Britain to come back to our family, but today this question is not on the table. On the contrary, I do believe that we need to look into enlarging the European Union by the countries that really yearn to be our members. But in order to manage that, we need to change our perspective. We cannot apply the old rules and the old manners to the new world. On the 24th of February, we woke up into a brand new world. All of a sudden, we needed to react very promptly and swiftly, and all the challenges and crises throughout the past years, the pandemics that has been such a huge shock into our economies, that we will live with it for more years. The recession, or the kind of a freezing of economy and its restart, has started inflation, and into that picture Vladimir Putin's strategy with natural resources, it has just spiked up all those processes, and then the uncertainty for all of us, uncertainty caused by the war, and it's up to the political elites to bring and establish peace, establish calmness and a vision, because without vision we are just lost. And in order to be able to offer perspective to those countries, we need to be fair and honest, and I'm offering my position, and that we should not be talking about times, but about activities. That means each and every country, if it fulfills the criteria, the pre-accession criteria, or the criteria that the European Union is built upon, can become a member state. We are not going to lower the criteria to be less demanding, but we will offer help. We should offer help for those countries to really work hard and to become our members. We know what kind of rules we need to adhere to in the EU in order we become stronger and we thrive in an economic and social way. And yet again, please remember, if we are compromising on our own values, we see where it leads to, and you know what I'm talking about. And it will be up to those countries at what pace they will fulfill all the criteria. Ukraine is under such huge and immense pressure of the war, and at the same time it is really yearning to become our member. Their openness to reform their state, to rebuild their country in a democratic way, and to have a society thriving on democratic pillars, very strong pillars, and they will become a role model. They can become a role model, and that's why the EU should offer its helping hand. Slovakia can be an example of good practice. Yes, we know how it felt to be trying to catch up the train of the EU. We want to have a strong voice, and the EU should really act immediately, without any further ado, without any delays, and we need to try to tackle the problems at their very beginning, when they are emerging. Yes, we need to be politically bold for that. But if we appreciate our diversity, if we respect it, and if we really take this as our strength, then we can really show the whole world that the EU is a trendsetter, that Europe is a trendsetter, and Europe can be a global player, but even more so, a global leader. And there is a potential, room for improvement. And if we help those countries to comply with the pre-accession criteria, there is one more huge challenge ahead of us if we want to be really fair and open. Okay, we need to comply with the criteria, and we need to maintain them. One thing is to achieve the target, but the other thing is really to keep the high level and all the criteria and the achievements. So, tackling the problems at the beginning, we need to live upon the criteria on daily basis in order to make Europe strong again. Another principle that has really played well was unity. I recall the debates in Brussels or in Paris where many leaders, the European leaders, said, okay, I am ready to give up my demands because of unity. And this is what has helped us to really make the sanctions tougher. And the further we go, the more difficult it is. We can see that. But unity is what really exerts a huge pressure on Vladimir Putin, and the unity is something we need to keep, we need to preserve, and I believe that we are really a role model for the whole world. There is a challenge with our defense capacity, and I want to appreciate the cooperation between Slovakia and other member states, the units, the military forces of Germany, Slovenia, and others came and offered their help. Within a couple of weeks, we were able to get the assistance and support of our neighbors and really strengthen our security on the eastern border, which was extremely important for our citizens, and I'm very thankful for that. So we see how well we can work. Under the circumstances, we were not hesitating, and we all reacted very promptly in the principal questions and in the right way, and with in a decisive manner. And therefore, when I look ahead, we definitely realize the importance of democracy and how important it is for our citizens to understand what democracy, freedom, is, respect to human rights, human dignity, and yet again Slovakia is struggling with this. We can say that there are people in our country that want to close their eyes before the aggression on Ukraine, that say, okay, enough is enough. We can't be helping so much. We shouldn't be helping at all, maybe. Well, why we should bother? And this is extremely dangerous for any democratic society that needs to be built on those very values, the value of the human life, democracy, and respect to human life. The peace is, as the minister has said, should not be taken for granted. I see many young faces around here, and I can tell you, we don't remember what the World War II was. We didn't live through it. We study it in the schools, we see many documentaries, but now seeing this brutal war in Ukraine, we understand it much more. It's very unfortunate that we need to have this kind of a wake-up call, but even more so, let's do anything and everything that this kind of a war never repeats in the 21st or any other century. This is our responsibility, the responsibility of Europe and the EU. It is happening on our continent, on our ground, and we cannot be indifferent to the results of this war. I very much believe that Ukraine will win this war, and it is really in need of us as a direct neighbor. I'm not talking about Slovakia, but as it really needs the help of its neighbor, the EU. So let's do anything and everything that Europe will be democratic, just, without ethnical and religious conflicts, that this will be a place that will be able to manage cultural diversity and eliminate any kind of fear from it, will be able to build the peace, and will understand that the rule of law is the very basics for us becoming a free and democratic country. This is not a cliche or any kind of punishment, but this is the very key and principle of any and every democratic society. And if we are able to explain this to the citizens of the European Union, I am very sure that they will be the main driver of our development and stability. And this goes hand in hand with the justice. We shouldn't turn our back on justice. Justice needs to thrive. And justice is what it's really very closely connected to the values. And so I very much believe that through this conference you will strengthen the future of Europe, and please be very bold and courageous. Please send out a very clear message to all member states. Let's make our voice be heard. This is not a necessary exercise. We want Europe to become a global trendsetter, global leader. We want Europe to appreciate its strength and also to be able to reflect on the mistakes, learn from the mistakes. and turn them into our future strengths. And the last very important area that is ahead of us is the area of climate change. It is a challenge. It's not a problem. It is a challenge that is really going through very, very difficult times, because we are trying to cut ourselves off the Russian natural resources, and therefore the pressure to keep the fossil fuels going is increasing, and the drive to really tap into and to turn to the renewables is feebling and is really getting weaker. We cannot let this happen. We need to be listening. We need to realize what is the goal of managing the climate crisis and climate challenges. So, to conclude, if we want to talk about the future of Europe, we need to talk about the future of the EU, because this goes hand in hand. We are a member state, and many of you represent other member states of the EU, and the EU plays a key role in the future landscape of Europe. But first and foremost, we need to know what our vision is and what our goal is. Otherwise, there will be no results, or very lukewarm results. And I believe that we don't want that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad that I could share my perspective on what kind of Europe do we want to have. And I believe that you really want to make our voice strong and heard. Thank you.
Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, thank you very much for your speeches. We like to make sure that we will reflect on your expectations. I'm sure you are very busy today. The Prime Minister needs to travel to Brussels, so let me wish you a pleasant trip. You, ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated, because we are going to continue right away with the first discussion panel. Thank you very much. and gentlemen, I'd like to greet you all and welcome you all to the first discussion panel of today's conference, which is hoping to review the outputs and deliverables of the respective discussions with citizens, not only from the perspective of Slovak citizens, but also from the perspective of European citizens, what they actually expect from the EU, where the EU should be heading, to reflect on what they are expecting of the body. The first panel is going to look into social and economic expectations and digital transformation. Truth be told, the social economic expectations are the primary aspect if we're talking about what the Slovak citizens want to see the EU doing for them. I'm honored and excited to have excellent panelists. Let's start with Peter Kmec, the member of Slovak Parliament, Daniel Straka, Director of Program Section, the Government Office, Zuzana Hozlárová, Slovak Citizen Delegate of the Conference on the Future of Europe, and Mario Lelovský, the first Vice President of IT Association of Slovakia. Welcome. We'll be obviously very happy if you also put questions to the panelists. Those of you who are in the room, just simply raise your hand. I'll try to keep my eye on you, and you can even do it during the discussion. It's very good to have an interactive discussion. We don't necessarily have to keep all our questions to the end because the moment will be gone. So if you feel like asking a question, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and put a question to any of our panelists. Obviously, you can also use Slido, put questions through Slido applications. If you enter the hashtag COFOE, Conference on the Future of Europe, I think you can see the hashtag at the back of the room on the panel, so feel free to use Slido as well. What we need to point out, the discussion today is going to be based on the stimuli addressed by the Slovak citizens within the Our Europe survey. This survey was conducted by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or was conducted by a contractor for the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs. The key message of Slovak citizens to Brussels based on this survey is, and I'll quote, same standards for everyone and approximation of quality of life of all citizens so that there are no two sources of Europe, end quote. We still feel this sort of we still feel that the number of people in Slovakia subjectively believe that they are not the full value members of the EU, that within the whole of the EU they are some sort of second-class citizens, like they are the second category or something like that. Let me start with you, Ms. Hozlárová, as a representative of citizens. You are the delegate of Slovakia within the scope of the CFE, Conference on the Future of Europe. Is this sense of injustice, of unequal inequality, something that is specific of Slovakia, or can you feel it also from other nations across Europe? Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. I'm honored to be here. Perhaps this sort of insufficiencies or shortcomings that are felt in many other member states, it's slightly different across the EU member states. In Slovakia, we felt this maybe in socio-economic sphere, because these are mostly the topic where we believe that our government and our state is failing, and we want to transfer the competence to the higher level, to the EU. So it's not just Slovakia. Naturally, there are other states that have, or nations that have these problems, but these are slightly different topics where they are disappointed. So Slovakia, it's mainly social economic spheres. Other countries feel that the education is the problem. I need to say that Slovakia, the Conference on the Future of Europe, was really considered as a relevant stakeholder, and our voice was really heard. So even though we may subjectively feel that we are more Eurosceptical, that we don't matter across the whole EU, but that was necessary to explain that we provided feedback and we said what is wrong, what need to be corrected, or what need to be improved. If we just came there and I said everything is perfect and everything is beautiful, the whole conference wouldn't make sense. Okay, now talking about Eurosceptical opinions, can you label some of them? What are the most strong voices of Eurosceptical from Slovakia? Well, the first skepticism was that the conference as such doesn't really make sense. And why should I get involved in the survey? Why should I get involved in the platform or discussion? Why should I say what I think if, after all, nothing's going to change? And this is not true, because what really happened in the past year is something that was unprecedented in its scope and extent. Ordinary people, with randomly chosen ordinary people, could come to the European Parliament and tell what they think about the future of Europe. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Kmec, is there any reason for Slovak citizens to feel second-class EU citizens within the EU? Well, we can say that if we think about the standards of living in the Central Europe and Western Europe, we still are talking about certain social economical differences. And it is natural to feel that way, so I don't wonder, I'm not surprised that these socio-economic issues dominated the discussion in Slovakia, because the EU is going through the times of crisis, almost cyclical crisis, because we're not only talking about the COVID crisis, but now there's the war in Ukraine, and we should also we should also remember the quite recent financial economic crisis. So we are going from one crisis to another, unfortunately, and we need to react. There was a very strong voice from a number of Europeans, not only Slovak citizens, but also other parts of the EU, geographical parts of the EU, that people want to have social Europe, socially fair Europe. I think we've also heard it in the speech of the State of the Union by Ursula von der Leyen, who called for building of a stronger socially aware Europe. And mind you, she's a right-wing politician, so there's a certain consensus building that we need to build stronger and more social Europe, because only then we can be talking about sustainability of the EU. And we need to then leeway to how we can keep this concept of social Europe. It seems to me that the approach of the European Commission at the moment is a little outdated, that we are reacting ad hoc or post hoc to cyclical crisis by certain additional crisis packages or crisis programs. But what some more progressive circles within the EU are saying, that we should create a sustainable social economic model, because at the moment there's a huge threat or danger that within the scope of this green transformation, the green transition, there will be again winners and losers. And we need to make sure that this green transition is profitable for everyone. So we need to be talking about sustainable social ecological model of transformation of the EU. And I believe this is a huge homework for the leaders of the EU and the member states, because people very clearly said the previous things. There's a very strong voice of the young generation, moreover, which specified the respective areas where they see the need for a stronger EU. And I think young people did a great job in this, also because of this digital platform where they very actively contributed to. Yes, talking about this social area, it's no doubt also from what the Slovak citizens are saying, but this is a question of competence that we've been dealing with. The EU doesn't have exclusive competence in this sphere, it has shared competence. So what the EU can actually do, at least this aspect at the EU level is dealt with the minimum wage, European Minimum Wage Institute. But according to the Slovak citizens, there should be a single European minimum wage. At least that's what I understand from the results, so that's what the Slovak citizens expect, that the minimum wage should be the same in absolute figures, whether we're talking Slovakia, Germany, France, Austria. The question is this desirable and is this realistic? Yes, well, let me put it this way. Naturally, we will need to find a compromise between not only the national states and the center, the central institutions of the EU, but also between social partners, because naturally the representatives of business, of the private sphere, they will clearly tell you that this is not a realistic expectation because of the different levels of labor productivity across the EU member states. of course, someone might react that if you realize the fact that in Slovakia there is a certain level of labor productivity across the board of 70% of the EU average, and the hourly wage is 30% compared to the Western member states. So there is a certain discrepancy and there's a certain space for getting somewhere, let's say, of getting to a certain average across the EU, whether we're talking about the minimum wage or we might be talking about some minimum universal income, where there were already some tests or some pilots in some member states. So I expect a very strong discussion here, and this could be the right way to start building a sustainable model, especially for those who are in socially, challenging conditions. Only in 2015, which was a result of the previous financial crisis, only in 2015, 21% of Europeans felt on the edge of poverty. And after this crisis, this figure might be even higher, so the national states and the EU will have to react. Mr. Lelovsky, you are, as a representative of business here, should the EU sort of start to influence the compensation of employees? Because let me just add something, because the requirements not only concern the minimum wage from Slovakia, but equal pay, equal retirement, old age pensions. These are the ideas of Slovak citizens, how this should be working, and they expect that the EU should take care of that. Good morning, everyone. Well, I don't think this is realistic. These tests we've had 30 years ago here, like everybody should be getting an equal pay, and this, this equalizing. And these equalizing approaches didn't work even in Slovakia, which is a very conservative country compared to liberal countries such as the Netherlands, for example. The question is why Slovak citizens have such a strong voice for equality or equal, compensation after, 30 years of having a free economy. The Slovak government very intensively influences the compensation, wages and employment, but it doesn't take any responsibility for that. It just adds more administrative burdens to the employers. So if the state or a super state, just like the EU, want to decide about compensation, so if it enters into the employment, legal relationships, employment contracts and wages, etc., then it has to take the responsibility. If we need to pay certain level of wages, so will someone guarantee a certain level of prices of our products? We had this model in the previous economic model before 1989. Everybody was getting the same wage. An engineer in the town of Sobrance and an engineer in Bratislava had the same wage. And some people like this, but maybe the clever people didn't like it. And I think we still have enough smart and clever people who will have to refuse this, because it's not normal if you have an active, smart and hard-working person having the same salary as someone who doesn't want to work so hard or is not able to work so hard. So I don't see this equality as a viable thing. We have even having the same minimum wage for the whole of Slovakia, we are basically killing business in the less developed regions. The purchasing power is not so strong in those less developed regions, so the businessman cannot pay, or businesswoman cannot pay the wage in those regions. I know it's a very complicated debate about the regional wage in Slovakia, and as Mr. Kmet pointed out correctly, there are different regions across Europe. We need to think about whether we will fight until the end for survival of the less developed regions, because we are pouring money into those regions, and we are basically taking the money away from other regions like Bratislava here. And for many years it's a normal thing. Smart and clever people are moving from the countryside from the periphery to the capital city of every country, just like here in Bratislava, and they can build the economy. But the people who are making the money are the smart people, and we don't take care of them at all. Okay, so this is the perspective of the business, but the distribution of resources is a different question of the EU and every national policy. Perhaps this is not a debate to be held here. Mr. Straka, how the EU could better address these calls of Slovak citizens to ensure better social justice. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'd like to apologize for Ms. Kršková, who was supposed to be here instead of me. She had to remain in London, and I'm replacing her. Anyway, what we do is to make efforts to improve research and innovation, and this is the disbalance. This is what makes the disbalance even greater, because especially to the west of this country, governments and countries appreciate researchers and scientists much more. That's why the wages are much higher. And if you look at the EU projects financed by the European Commission, it's quite common to see that the researchers from this eastern part of Europe are working in cooperation with researchers from the western part of Europe, and very often for the same job the wages are several times lower here. And this is a problem, of course. Of course, the question is how the nation states appreciate their scientists and researchers, and why the researchers here get much smaller wages. A researcher from Romania or scientist from Romania can have 10 times lower salary than a researcher or scientist from Switzerland. But you're talking about payments from national resources. No, from European resources. Because the rule is that they will pay the wage which you realistically have in your home country. So they reflect, yes, so they reflect what is the wage at the national economy. Yes, exactly. And this is a thing that cannot be tackled in the long term, especially because of the vicious circle within the European decision making. The European Commission doesn't want to tackle this. They tell you, if you want to have high wages, you need to pay them out at the European level. Of course, our reaction is really, well, okay, but these are the people who go into the top quality projects and they do it in extra time, but we couldn't manage to move this in 10 years' time. So this is also a thing that could perhaps be improved, especially when these people are working on the same projects, the same type of work. These are not projects financed from different resources. On the other hand,
it's about how do we value those people. When you take all the direct foreign investments in Slovakia into low-tech industries, and the companies are not really interested nor motivated to relocate their R&D to Slovakia. They rather pay more money. In many cases, it's 120,000 euros in their country for R&D, but it's still better for them than to relocate R&D here, because they can't hunt those experts here. Like, for instance, 200 experts in AI, impossible to get them. And we can't sort of break through to get investments for higher value added. Okay, and why the Slovaks do feel that they cannot catch up with the quality of life in the Western Europe? I would like to get back to this question. Are very competent in this area. Why, if there is a direct foreign investment, it still is primarily geared towards low-tech energy or low-tech sector? Well, why this investment is coming in the first place to Slovakia? Well, it comes here because the German, Swiss or other country they have not found the labor of certain quality for certain money in their home country, and therefore they relocated here. If they were to pay the same money as in Austria, Switzerland or Germany, then it would make sense. So otherwise it really would be meaningless. I invest into Bratislava or Nitra, I expect the investment to return, and the facilities, assets, etc. Are of the same price. The only difference is the cost of labor. And if it is worthwhile for me to invest abroad and thanks to this difference in the cost of labor to get this revenue, then it makes sense. Okay, so what we could do for changing all this? First and foremost, we should really look into into what this dependence on automotive, what kind of a risk does this does it mean? We have seen the automotive industry shaking a bit, and this could have a catastrophic consequences for us. Maybe young people will cease buying cars, and they will rather do the sharing or use the public transport, and maybe automotive industry or market will shrink by 20% in the future. And this is catastrophe for Slovakia. So 6 years ago, we produced an analysis of comparing the investments and the state assistance into IT and automotive. There is 16 times higher returnability, return on investments if we invest into IT than in automotive. However, we are still heavily investing into automotive, so as if we haven't learned a lesson. If we don't learn how to appreciate high value-added labor enough, and if we don't change the mindset of the politicians that this is our way, the IT specialist can stay in Sobrance and can do his or her work, but you can't make the car in Sobrance. Okay, Mr. Kmec, if we were to talk about the results of the survey that was carried out among Slovaks, Slovaks basically demand the EU to be more active in creating jobs with value added. So generally, Slovaks realize that we cannot really stay at this position of cheap labor, and we need to move on. Well, education is a national competence, and yet again we need to talk about setting the competencies, whether the EU on behalf of the European Commission can create certain conditions, or whether there could be some political pressure on the member states to improve the quality of education could materialize. And I do believe that creating organized clusters in the CEE could be an answer. It sort of works in certain way that our universities need to attract certain educational institutions in order to get money. You cannot make a leap and you cannot really make a huge giant jump as in, for instance, through tax reform or national program. You can't change the thinking of a man in so fast as you can change the legislation. So, as it has been said, we kind of still rely on the state too much. But the liberal attitudes from the 70s and 80s show that cutting on taxes and liberalizing labor market does not automatically lead into increased quality of life and more wealth among citizens. You can see in the EU that there are many problems in the countries that have been promoting open liberalism. Look into the US, where there's a huge discrepancy and difference, between different stratas of the society, and you cannot impose certain thinking into member states. Each and every member state thinks in its own way. But what we need to create is a well-functioning, efficient EU market with better ideas. Because I can imagine that the individual member states should really find their niche, like Estonia, digital agenda. And Russia has attacked Estonian economy on Estonian economy for a couple of times, and the Estonians made their choice. We should also focus on the digital agenda, Industry 4.0. innovations, R&D, it has really become also a topic at the governmental office. There is a little unit working on it. So I do believe there needs to be a harmony among the member states and the European Commission in order to create a strong internal market and at the same time just redistribution of profit. This doesn't mean that we are going to make private businesses state, but what we need to make sure is that we really achieve certain just system of taxation at the national and international level, because we know that 40% of the profits of international companies ends in the shell companies, or sorry, not in the tax havens. So we need to keep the euro home and maximize its value. Often the debates focus on strengthening the EU competencies, but at the same time the survey shows that there are certain complaints about the EU dictating the member states. Ms. Hozlárová, was this discrepancy palpable at the EU level? Kind of a cognitive dissonance that on one hand we demand the EU to be more active, but on another hand we want it to leave us alone. Okay, the length of the process has been a challenge at the beginning. First we needed to find our way and direction, and there were working groups, and I cannot talk on behalf of the other working groups, but often we could hear that we as representatives of national panels, we were actually saying that some of the panels might have demanded higher competence by the people, but then all of a sudden, then we came into the arena and said, okay, Slovaks want less control from the EU or decision making. Then there was voting in the working groups, and we were really trying to refine the recommendations to be realistic, clear, and concise, and we wanted to base them on partial consensus at least. It's difficult to say that the higher the relevance of the national or civic panel, the more of the support of the people. But there are different things that overlap. For instance, in the digital agenda, there are 49 recommendations with 49 conclusions with a couple of hundreds of recommendations, and we will see where it leads. Okay, there were different opinions, and definitely there were certain opinion coalitions and counter coalitions, and whether the dividing line was between the old and new member states or more conservative, more liberal states, or how would you define it? Well, there were 9 topics that are very important. It was always, the situation was different from topic to topic, and then at the plenary, when the outputs were presented, we could see that the Benelux was inclining towards giving more competencies to the EU, and then the V4 was more kind of cautious, took a cautious attitude, like, okay, let's wait and let's see when it comes to lowering the age for eligibility for electing. So, and our argument was that our educational system is not as good that we could request 16-year-olds to vote, to cast their vote in elections. So I was, I was saying also that, okay, those are great ideas, but we need some more time for implementing those. My comment would be that okay, the education is a bit overrated in those topics, I believe. Okay, the concluding recommendations include the fact of the recommendation of improved funding to startups and innovative companies. Could this be helpful, Mr. Straka? If there was better access of the companies to the EU money, yes, this is a highly competitive instrument of the European Commission that can support SMEs up to 2.5 million euros through a grant. How this could be improved? There are two things. One, the Commission or the Union should pour more money into it because the competitiveness is really high and the success rate with some instruments is 10%, and then you can really decide whether you are going to prepare and make a demanding project. And the second thing is that if our Slovak project is successful but it doesn't get EU money, then it gets EU money from the Slovak state. Another important thing is that the competitiveness at the end of the day leads to the situation that the usual suspects usually get the support. The Great Britain, Israel, the Netherlands, Sweden, that really have history in innovative system. We may be trying, but the Netherlands, for instance, is really based on commerce. They have been merchants for more than 400 years, so they have their history and credit in that area. And we should support our startups at the state level, really, so that they can participate in those calls for proposals at the EC. And I believe that there are only 3 companies that have kind of a project like this, which is really a handful. Why this is so? Because many companies in Slovakia have tried to get state support or EU support, and most of them were not successful from different reasons, due to admin demands, very little, a few reviewers, and we are a small country and only 5 people, for instance, work in telemedicine. If you have 6 projects on telemedicine, of course those are the same people, so there was a conflict of interest, and many times the companies don't even want to bother with submitting the project proposal. For instance, the manual for submitting a project proposal is 46 pages, and this is the shortest ever offer. Often the Brussels schemes are easier, but very few know it. And it's rather challenging to encourage the young people. Okay, if you find the Slovak schemes too complicated, then check Brussels ones. And okay, you do have certain consortium cooperation with university, and the Slovaks don't have it. The universities are going through the biggest trauma ever. They are globally reformed. They see it very, they have tough times, so it's not easy to work with universities, and Slovaks are not used to international consortiums. And in the Visegrad Fund, we managed to kind of combine our countries through one project. 2 countries understood it, 1 didn't. So it's really complicated to connect, even at this small level. And I would really like to encourage young people and companies, check it out. Go to different fairs, look for their partners abroad, Google the partners, check out who does what, who does something similar than I do, meet and generate the consortiums, because if we try harder, maybe you will come across somebody who does something similar. We support the international platform of digital companies. It's about information experience exchange and also negative experience right there. If you tried something and it didn't work out, everybody loves best practices, but who has ever read the worst practices? And I do believe we should do that. Even the agency should say, okay, don't make this foolish project proposal, don't make those mistakes, do this and that. And what we really miss is the policy of talent. Slovakia doesn't care about talent. We focus on brain drain, but through statistics everybody is complaining, but nothing has been done. However, there are ideas around, and no minister has been interested in the policy of talents. The Prime Minister saw it as a very narrow niche, so nobody cares about talent. Any questions? Wait for the mic. I'm Ivan Kun from Conservative Institute of Milan Rastislav Štefánik. I'd like to ask the panelists whether the EU thinks about why throughout the past 50 years they could see the rise of Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, and meanwhile, whom do we see growing in the EU?
Perhaps let me answer that. Yes, with this single output, we have this European Innovation Board, which should somehow model the setting of support, just like in the US. I agree with what you are trying to say with your question, that so far there's no single market in the EU, and there are problems with patents, there are problems with transport of or transition of technology between the countries. And returning to EIC, there was a paradigm shift, because until now the EU was supporting the project through project financing. They gave you a project, you investigated the project, you send the accounting, and you went on. If you had something from it, perfect. If not, too bad. Now there's a novelty which is called blended funding. So they can, besides grant financing, they can give you a capital, they can enter your company with capital. You can get as much as 15 million euro with which you can do anything. And when we met with the Commission and asked them, well, what if you lose the money? Well, we lose the grant money anyway, because no one's going to return you the money in the grant. So they expect that some part of the money will return. And the second thing is that the grant financing, no company ever grew on grant financing. Usually you spend on some purchases, or you buy some people and pay for people. And I mean, unless you have money that you can do, with which you can do whatever you want, of course in line with the legislation and in line with the supervisory board and management, you will never move anyway. So this is perhaps second thing, that at least in the past couple of 20 years, there were quite large companies growing in Europe, Spotify, Skype, other players. These are perhaps companies that don't have a single great mind standing behind them, but they mainly grew up in these northern countries. Estonia, for example, they have these 6 or 7 unicorns, and that's why they're doing so great, because if you have a company that you can sell for $1 billion and you remain in the environment, in the country, you can advise to the others, these unpleasant experiences that you have, and these bankruptcies that you've experienced, it doesn't really happen here. I mean, there's maybe one company here that could be sold by $1 billion, like Asset I'm talking about, but they want to sell it anyway. But you don't have people who grew on the company, sell it for great money, and then continue in the business. But in Estonia, I think have Volt, which is Estonian, etc., etc. You want to react, Mr. Kmetz? Yes, just briefly, I spent some time in the United States, and the question, of course, is about creating conditions at the federal level, especially because this is where the money is concentrated. So the model of innovation support in the US is very strong. It's concentrated at the federal level, where you can get very interesting money to start up your business. And this has to be improved in the EU because this concept of green cards and the blue cards in the United States, sorry, the green cards in the United States, we've been talking about blue cards here to attract talent. And here the problem of the EU is that we don't have the sophisticated policy in this sphere. In the United States, when we had the meetings with the head of representative offices of the EU member states in the US, in Washington, D.C., we realized we didn't even know how many Europeans are traveling into the United States, how many of them are staying, and how many are actually returning. So we didn't know how many of them we could, approach, that they learned to do business and research and science in the United States, and we couldn't even, track them back to the EU because we didn't know about them properly. So the mobility is good, but the brain gain and brain circulation is missing, or we are lacking this. And we had to work hard on this. And this is not just a weakness of the member states, but it's a weakness of the European Union as a whole. Thank you. There was one question from the MEP. Please wait for the microphone. Thank you very much. My question is, we're talking about people, expecting better social conditions from the EU because they live in the EU. We were talking about the competence of the EU and which it doesn't, it's something that EU can and cannot address. On the other hand, we don't talk about what the citizen cannot identify, and the politicians know it and should address it, and that's the question of China and our setting of trade policy against China. Just in the United States, through stealing of intellectual property, which cannot be enforced because our companies cannot win any court case in China, and they're losing huge money there. In the United States, annually, this is calculated in dozens of billions, the losses of intellectual property. And we didn't even start to do the calculations in the EU. These are the money that our companies could invest in Europe, build greater plants to employ more people, etc., increasing the standard of living and everything. I want to ask a question. Do you think that the EU sufficiently reacts to this danger setting of our trade relationship with China? Because we're talking about increasing the competence of the EU to have better lives, but there are billions of euro, siphoned off by China, and the protection of our market is insufficient. Let me tell you one thing. When China basically imposed sanctions or blockade on all Lithuanian products, I couldn't enforce in the European Parliament to talk about this at a plenary session within 1 week to deal with the protection of our single market, which is a primary competence of the EU. So I'd like to hear answers from you, also as legislators in Slovakia or business community, to what extent and what can be actually improved in protection of our market, because this is where we certainly have competence. Thank you. Mr. Lelovsky? Well, this is certainly not a simple answer. If we went to the position that we are going to perceive China as our enemy or someone who endangers us, we can do this when we know it. And I think that the EU knows very little about China, and we understand very little to China, the Chinese, and their whole system. In 2010 and 2012, I visited China for 3 times in total with the business delegation on my own, etc. We were visiting Chinese businesses. We encountered, we sat with some representatives of the local legislation, of the Communist Party, etc., etc. We try to understand their approach. We try to understand what they were doing. Exactly this is what you were saying. They told, we build a new city with university, and you just bring us 100, 200, or 300 of your students and teachers, ideally your scientists. We pay for everything. They will have a great time there. It didn't happen. It didn't happen, but they understood that they have to attract the people. If it didn't go the good way, maybe they're trying the bad way. Maybe they just find some companies and businesses within Europe, some researchers, some smart people. They approach them, they support them, and individually, and defend from this. I would rather see it quite the other way around. If we go into the position that we're going to build walls, we will stay behind those walls. And this happened to China in the past, because this world in the past 5,000 years, China was basically ruling it. We only have this short period of 300 years because the English came up with the steam engine, etc., etc. Because in China there were no steam engines, so we had several hundred years of domination. But historically, we have a very short window that the world is not dominated by China, and we need to understand that. But I wouldn't go into conflict with China. I would rather try to understand them, cooperate with them. It's difficult to have a joint venture with a Chinese company, but it's difficult also with to have a company with Bulgaria. So we need to fight. We need to work hard. We need to look for partnerships. Of course, enforceability, law enforcement is very important. But talking about law enforcement in Slovakia, or enforceability of law in Slovakia, is quite similar to China. We also have a lot of space for improvement. But I would try to walk the path of mutual understanding, cooperation. I know it's very difficult to cooperate with a giant like that. I understood that we as Slovakia, we cannot talk with China. We can't even talk to Shanghai. We can talk with someone with a district in Shanghai or with some sector in Shanghai, because for them as a country we are invisible. On the other hand, they are interested. We came with some ideas. There were 5 of us with the second largest construction company in China, a second largest construction company in the world, by the way. They just traveled to Germany, and they looked at they borrowed one train from Siemens, and in a couple of years they suddenly had the project ready. But in China you cannot only talk about the business and economy, but we also need to realize the values and the geopolitical aspect. And in this respect, China is a strategic challenge, euphemistically talking. Nevertheless, let us move on. There is a question for Mr. Strážáy from the audience, and the question concerns one of the recommendations from the Conference on the Future of Europe. So let me read that question. Mr. Strážáy, you were talking about support of research and development. How do you see the possibility of reducing of bureaucracy and gold plating with the purpose of facilitating project implementation? Let me just add that the reduction of bureaucracy for business and for innovative companies, this is one part of the citizen requirements in relation to the EU. This is certainly one of the things why after 5 years of civic sector, I went to the government office, because this is something we want to change radically. But the problem is wider in Slovakia. Gold plating and bureaucracy is one thing. Second thing is that we are facing a paradox. We all know that we invest very little finance into research and innovation, but there's a huge number of agencies with their own rules for implementation of projects, for submitting of projects. So getting your head around this, as a medium-sized company, you need one full-time equivalent of a person knowing what should be filed where, and knowing the system. And a small company cannot afford that. So we need to firstly reduce the bureaucracy. We need to set the system so across the agencies it needs to be similar. It's called binding methodology. Sounds very bureaucratically, but basically it means having a Horizon Europe, for example, where you can submit your projects according to the same rules for anyone, from basic research to innovations. And what is behind that? Who are the implementing bodies on the European Union side? You don't have to care. You don't need to care. But there's also loads of agencies and DGs across Europe who are implementing this. But you essentially don't need to care as a company, as an applicant. You need to have single set of rules, a fast system that evaluates the projects. The system must be transparent. This is what you pointed out, no conflict of interest. That the last month I've been dealing with conflicts of interest across Slovakia, because we try to be more Catholic than the Pope, because we see conflict of interest pretty much anywhere. And that's a big issue, I think. And thirdly, simplicity of implementation. what the Commission has, time to grant until the signature of contract, maximum 8 months, in case of innovation 6 months. This must be complied with, otherwise the innovations will become obsolete. And this should be the essential principles of how to simplify the system in Slovakia. In the final recommendations of the Conference on the Future of Europe, we heard about the proposal that European semester should be extended to evaluate the degree of green and digital transformation of a country. And that's an innovative idea, very interesting and useful to liberate ourselves from the purely macroeconomic GDP indicator, which we've heard today that quite rarely it tells a lot about the standards of living in that country if we just look at the GDP. So, Mr. Kmetz, can you imagine evaluating also these parameters of project and how this could be done? Yes, I think it can be implemented quite simply in this European semester, because theoretically we could switch what was happening in the recovery and resilience plan, where we've divided the grant into 2 areas. 43% of money needs to go into digital transformation and 57% into green transformation, so green transition. So already here we already set the projects following this philosophy or mindset, so either a green or digital aspect of a project. And I believe this is the future. This is the way to go, because if the money goes into the economies of the national member states, they gradually need to be distributed based on how these projects are going to be implemented in the respective parts of the country. And here I'm talking about the way how the plans are prepared, the regions at the regional level or the municipal level, but also when you negotiate within a tripartite social dialogue about redistributing national money and European money, again you need to keep that aspect of digital and green economy. So I believe that this is certainly the future, this is the way to go, and this is where we are talking about this sustainable social, ecological development of the country. Mr. Bilčík, the MEP, there was a question. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The question is related to what we've heard in the past couple of minutes, and is concerning the efforts to simplify the approach to the access to money for research and development and better education in the country. This is a long-term problem. It's not a problem of this government, but this is basically the problem of Slovakia as a country. And the communist Czechoslovakia, before 1999, we didn't really advance greatly in the past 30 years, unfortunately. My question is, the effort to change something radically, this is a question for you, Mr. Straka, because it's not just an issue of a couple of people in the government office, it relates to the parliament, the business sector. How do we want to do this within the scope of a wider reform, and how this is reflected in the recovery and resilience plan, because there's a lot of money within the scope of recovery and resilience plan, but there are also a lot of reforms required, reform of the justice sector, national parks, healthcare. These are the milestones for which we are getting money. I think the setting is good because it forces us to do our homework, and this is perhaps the great idea that because the country should be advancing. So where do you see the space from the perspective of reform milestones for the research and science to get ahead, so that we have more sensible discussion on reasonable usage of money, and so that the research and development becomes a true added value? That was one question. Second question, I've been listening a lot in the past last hour. I've been listening to this discussion, and I was a part of the Conference on the Future of Europe, so I know how the discussion was started in relation to the proposals of citizens. There were great expectations, and it turned out that a number of these things are actually addressed by the EU. We just don't know about it. A number of things are being prepared, but we don't know about it. A number of things are unreal because the EU is basically us, the national states. Something that can be divided at the national level and the central level. It depends on what are the rights what are the authorities and responsibilities at home. So when we talk about this problem, this is mainly a problem of home and not in the EU. And looking at the polls, public opinion polls, people in Slovakia are more Eurosceptical, so the skepticism towards the EU is growing, and I feel we have a strong communication problem, and this relates to disinformation, which found a very useful soil here in Slovakia, and this relates to disinformation in the Russian Federation, but we communicate very little. But my question is that reform one thing, but secondly, how to involve people so that they understand the reform, so that there's political support, whether in the parliament, whether in the business sector, or wider public, from the perspective of students, so that what is outlined in the official, heads and the offices in Brussels, so that it makes some real sense, so that it's not just something we accept as a law, but people sort of embrace it. So we have a big communication problem, how to discuss in the EU, and what is being prepared also from the perspective of the government office and the parliament, because we want to advance the conference somewhere. We want to have this convention, and the skepticism in Slovakia is extremely unhealthy and dangerous.
Thank you very much. The first question is on Mr. Straka, I presume. There are two problems. One is legislative, because the legislation stipulates that if you invest euro, then you need to check it, and if you don't check it, then what kind of measures you are going to take in order to prevent any fraud. So this is one of the reasons why the system is so rigid in Slovakia. Secondly, each and every process sometimes can be or potentially will be audited, and if there are audit findings, then the reaction is such that, okay, I will make the process even more stringent. And this has to do with one thing we are not used to in Slovakia. State administration or public administration cannot go into bigger risk, because if there are 100 projects and there is fraud in one of them, and I'm going to check one by one, and I'm not going to check it by one, then I will be totally smeared by tabloid. This public administration is not willing to take any risk, or that means any more courageous or bold steps, and we will reflect on this in our strategy. Change the paradigm of trust. The state doesn't trust the citizens and vice versa. And we as public administration, we don't believe and don't trust the most intelligent people in the country, the university teachers, and yet again, vice versa. And this needs to be changed in the future at least, and we will definitely cover that in the strategy. And that is one of the milestones of the reform of R&D. And I totally support what you are saying. Very little we are talking about the EU, its meaning, its benefits, and if I only ask the people, do you know what is Horizon 2020? They don't have a clue. And this is a tool that invested 80 billion euro into different projects and regions, but people don't know about it. And yes, this leads us to the second question, the very low level of the awareness was documented by this survey, also about it, and this is connected to the expectations of the people. For instance, people feel that it is extremely unfair that there is double quality of food products in the EU. But if they were asked, like, do you know about any particular steps that have been made in order to eliminate this problem, they didn't know a thing. And if they were asked whether there are any programs on the EU policy or topics of the EU, again, people didn't have a clue. So how to increase the awareness of ordinary citizens on the EU? Yes, it is a huge problem. There was one Slovak panelist, and it was really a representative sample of how the things are in the state. That person didn't even know that there are elections into the European Parliament. They didn't have the basics. So we could see that. But as you have mentioned, that sometimes the education is overrated. But what I would say is that in Slovakia, we only have 2 classes on the EU in the 9th grade at elementary. That's it. 2 hours, full stop. And I think this is a huge gap that we need to fill. And if we talk about the low level of awareness, then we really need to start with young people. We need to make them interested. That from the very beginning, from elementary school, they know that what the EU is about. We are citizens of the Slovak Republic, and we know that, but we don't know anything about the EU. It's not my suggestion, but you are advocating for it, for mandatory teaching about the EU. Yes, I am from the working group on education, and this was what our strongest recommendation. Yes, this is what we are advocating for, but don't you think that this would lead us to a similar situation as with the recommended text? In Slovakia, we had mandatory reading in Slovak from Slovak literature. And the response to this was that if it leads to to higher awareness on the EU by a couple of %, I would be happy. Now this panelist is saying, the citizens are expecting the EU to act better and more efficiently, and the same they should expect from the national government, because we need to start talking about quality governance at the national level. And what I mean here is how to make the public and the civil service more professional, lean, and efficient. And we need to look into other countries, more modern, for instance, how the PM's office works. What is in the realm of coalition council and not, and what is the everyday executive power or executive duties. Because still and often, high-quality people that want to join and help the public administration they end up in a system that doesn't work well, and they get discouraged. And the structure of governance should be divided by the topics or by the challenges that are ahead of us in the 4th, 8th, 20 upcoming years. For instance, let's take the topics for PM. EU innovation. And then one deputy prime minister should, for instance, deal with digital agenda, the other one with another subtopic. And really, let's make it more practical, more structured, and increase the quality of governance. And when it comes to the information on the EU, this very conference is going to actually be a test how many people we have talked to at the executive level, MP level, public level, and this should translate into higher turnout of voters. So this will really be kind of a test if we have managed to talk to the citizens to be more active in elections. And this is a strong topic because this survey shows that people actually didn't have an idea that your roads can be funded from the EU funds. Although there are all those big notice boards, this is still not enough, but probably we are not going to be able to deal with this. One more comment. Okay, the skepticism among people that have participated in the survey was clear. And this is also a message that they cease to trust in standard institutions. If you take the Dutch or the Danish, well, how much do they know about their government? We see that they know little about their governments. And this is good because they trust in their elected representatives, and they trust that their elected representatives work with hard data, evidence, and they adopt evidence-based policies. However, in Slovakia, nobody trusts this. Social dialogue is totally misunderstood here. The state and the government is here to manage our assets for the benefit and welfare of all citizens. So all the parties to tripartite and social dialogue say that, hey government, we need to adopt those and those measures, and you need to adopt crisis managers. We have managed a couple of crises and there are more crises ahead. I have not seen a single professional crisis manager that would step up and say, okay, I'm going to manage the pandemics and I'm going to do this and this. Unfortunately, politicians have hijacked and stolen this competency from the experts, and they are mismanaging it. And I don't believe that there is a single country in the world where we are going to talk about tax reform costing billions without involvement of the social dialogue and tripartite. Totally unheard of. I am rather skeptical about the EU, but I would take away so many authorities and decision-making competencies from Slovakia, because Slovakia is acting like a fool. And there are so many crises ahead of us. The crisis is a new normal, but the politicians don't understand what a crisis is. The politician sees a crisis as an opportunity to become more visible. Totally misunderstood. Thank you so much, and I'm very convinced that when it comes to social and economic expectations of the EU citizens is a very big and hot topic that can be translated into and can be reflected in the quality of life and also in the willingness of the citizens to listen. But this is a totally different topic. Why the ordinary citizens don't see it, don't feel it in their lives. Thank you very much for a very interesting debate. Thank you for your for listening. And the second panel is going to start in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Dámy a páni,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be the host of the second panel dedicated to climate change, environment and health. My name is PAVOL DEMEŠ. I'm a member of the supervisory board of the Slovak Foreign Policy Association, and I'm a former biologist, so perhaps this is the reason why Tomáš and the other colleagues authorized me to deal with this topic of the environment as such. The previous panel, I hope, gave us good impetus for this panel as well, because we saw good interaction and opening of several important topics related to this exceptional project. I'm talking about the Conference on the Future of Europe, the process triggered by the EU to better understand what kind of EU citizens actually want, whether talking about the member states, but also talking about the Europe as a whole. This panel, however, should gradually look at the topic of climate change, the environment / health, because health has always been somehow associated to these two topics. But first of all, I think we'll be talking mainly about the climate change and the environment. The panelists have certainly very good insight, and they are dealing with the topic either as politicians or civil activists. The first speaker, well, actually all the initial opening speeches should be really short, around 5 minutes, just to frame the topic that the respective panelists would like to cover. I might ask 1 or 2 questions, and then there will be space for your questions or comments and remarks. And in case there's still some time left, we'll certainly also look at the questions from Slido, from the application, because this, of course, is not a Chatham House Rules debate. This is an open-streamed event. Okay, so we have Michal Viezík, the member of European Parliament, with us, who will look at the problem from the European perspective, comparing Slovakia with other European countries, looking at how they react to this project launched by the European Commission. Then we will listen to Anna Zemanová, the Slovak Parliament member. Then we will have Michal Kiča, the State Secretary from the Ministry of Environment of Slovak Republic. And last but not least, of course, we will have Lucia Sabová, coordinator of the initiative of Climate Coalition, which associates several active NGOs dedicated to the environment, and she will look at the problem from through the optics or through the prism of civil optimism. So, Mr. Viezík, the MEP, thank you very much for the word. Thank you very much for inviting me here to this event, which is really great. There are a lot of people here, and it certainly is adequate to the situation after the ending of the Conference on the Future of Europe. So you expected me to give you the European perspective of the problem. Accidentally, I had a specific, Green Week format last week, and it seems to be that those 2 years of COVID limitations, everybody seems to be trying to catch up. There's so many events going on. Really, I was traveling from the west to the east of the country. I was meeting people, meeting students, meeting civil activists and citizens, and I had the opportunity, along to giving speeches and talking to them, I had time to reflect on these events and situations happening locally and globally. And the general impression that I have is that the EU after 2019 has become a carrier of a number of trends, directions, or streams of values that are very strongly framed green. So the appeal to the environment, the stress, the emphasis given to the environment is truly organic. It's really authentic. It's framed with the European Green Deal, and truly we are aiming at addressing the existential environmental issues, of course framed within the framework of the climate change and the carbon neutrality, etc. But the second idea that comes to my mind is that the EU seems to be realizing, again, getting into the organic phase of realizing of the urgency to be open. It shouldn't be an exclusive club for politicians with mandate, but it must be open for all the citizens and to embrace, and for the public to embrace the concept of the EU. And this is exactly the role of this initiative of the President of the European Commission, to create this unprecedented format of large conference involving the public, which may not have the political mandate in itself, but the political mandates are awarded by the public for the public. So to receive the feedback from the public, from the real stakeholders that are citizens, for every single citizen possibly, where they actually see the EU, where it should be directed, what should be its future, and what they regard as key topics. Firstly, I was quite skeptical about the format. I was afraid of the large size of the forum and the great demands in terms of reaching consensus, getting to some conclusions, because the greater the forum, the more complicated the debate and the more stakeholders, and the more difficult it is to get to some real conclusion. All the more, I would even say that the EU was, metaphorically speaking, was really going out on a limb, because it didn't moderate, didn't somehow adjust the selection of the candidates. It was pretty much the random sampling, and we know that there are various moods across Europe in relation to the EU. There are pro-European citizens, there are Eurosceptic citizens, there are often a large number of citizens who are subject to demagogy, and I think that all these streams were reflected because of the objective methodology of selection. This was a huge risk. This was a risk, because if the conference was only formal, it would be useless. So there was a great weight given to the conclusions of the conference, exactly in the vein of, we are asking about your opinion, we want to know your opinion, and we will reflect on your opinion. There was a risk that if the dominant opinion is that the European Union is nonsense, well, what do we do about this? And I'm honored that these fears were not confirmed. The mechanism of a conference on the future of Europe turned out to be as very productive, very constructive, despite the concerns, and also in the context of this large representation of all streams of opinions, all age categories, all nations, all interests. I think the conference arrived to very constructive conclusions and recommendations, which I'm not afraid to say are with a great accordance with the direction of the EU in the context of Green Deal, which pleases me very much, especially in this chapter, climate change, environment and health. When I was studying the outputs, it seemed to me that, well, good, we are doing fine, because this is happening already so, and this has become the core of the program of this huge body. And what pleases me even more, and perhaps I hope this is not just a coincidence, because when you look at the final report, the first chapter is dedicated to the environment. This doesn't happen. Usually when you have a final report of anything, the environment is sometimes in the middle or towards the end, and here this is the first chapter. I want to believe, and I think it really is, reflecting the weight that the citizens are giving to this subject, to this topic. Perhaps the largest number of stimuli were in relation to this chapter, and I think this truly reflects the objective situation and the fact that the citizens perceive the problem of the environment as an existential topic, a serious topic, and really is. So I'm delighted by this concord, and the conclusions that I regard as very valuable will hopefully be transformed to the real legislative work. Thank you very much. This was very nice framing and quite surprising finding for me, as you say, that the environment, which especially for the young generation is becoming a huge topic, a topic of the whole generation, a life-size topic, metaphorically speaking. Weren't you afraid initially that the COVID-19 and these geopolitical urgencies like the war, wouldn't they sort of put the climate change to the second place, or is more acute to deal with the pandemics and the war, and now the environment will have to wait? Well, yes, I was afraid of this, of course. I was very much afraid. and there were signals of that there were reactions like this, especially in relation to COVID-19. There were initially some opinions saying that, well, okay, we had comfortable life, we could deal with the environment, and now it's COVID, we need to strengthen the economy as much as possible, so forget about limiting the fossil fuels. But these were minority opinions. And to a great degree, this is a result of the fact that the crises we've been going through, like COVID and now the war in Ukraine, these crises cannot be separated from the climate crisis. They, to a great degree, are reflected in it. They are these are connected crises. So we shouldn't, resign on these objectives, but we should be even more, accelerating the objectives, not just as a response to these crises. Thank you very much. Ms. Zemanova, a Slovak parliament member, how do you perceive this project and the reactions and stimuli from the citizens? Were they inspiring? Were they disappointing for you? Where do you see the way to go? First of all, I'd like to thank you for this format of discussion and also for the opportunity to talk to you here, because honestly it wasn't typical in the past. It wasn't even a rule of the thumb that the quality of environment or climate change or its impact on the society weren't really discussed that much. Social impact, the health, other impacts of the climate change. This wasn't a typical thing. I've been a member of the parliament for 6 years, and the previous election period I was a lone fighter. I was a lone wolf, really. No one actually fought for the environment in the Slovak parliament, and I have to say that this was radically changed, mainly thanks to the activities of the public, the activities of the this wake-up call, when we see the public, the people realizing that we really need to do something about this, and that we need to wake up the politicians. And it is happening, and this is being transferred also from the European level to the national level, where the parliament is preparing several legislative changes, not only strategies, because we have quite a lot of strategies nationwide level, but we need to admit they are mostly on paper, and they are very slowly applied into practice or implemented into practice. I have my own experience from civil activism, because for many years I was leading a non-profit organization, and I've been working in this area for many years, or I was working before I became the parliament member. So I think I can hear the voice of the civil sector, but I also do realize that not all of these opinions can always be implemented into practice in a simple way. How some people may believe that it's very simple, that can be done overnight, that it can be implemented just like that. So I'm realistic in this respect, and I do appreciate the conclusions of this conference, and I studied them in detail, and I'm excited that they are in concord with the agenda of 21, which has been here for, well, almost 20 years. And also, the Agenda 21 is a thing of the paper, and we keep talking about it, and they're not so much reflected into practice. On the other hand, being part of the government coalition, we took over a number of these conclusions. We want to implement it into practice through the ministries that we have in our, especially Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Education, because we are talking about the environment and health, but we shouldn't forget about environmental education, which is an integral part of being able to adapt to the climate change. And what we are trying to achieve is that the measures that we put on the table are sustainable. Perhaps that's the slight discrepancy between the opinions of the public, because they expect us to implement some of the measures very quickly and overnight, but we need to focus on those that have specific objectives and that are sustainable. We have examples from practice. I think in 2014 we started to hear about renewables and biomass, etc., in this country, and we saw what it brought to Slovakia. Just we saw this endless fields of rapeseed and you know the biofuels, which ended up with being a huge threat to biodiversity, which is the key for slowing down the climate change. So, in other words, yes, we need solutions, but they need to be reasonable. They need to be targeted and goal-oriented, and the caution must be applied. So the conclusions of the conference on the future of Europe are in line with our plans and our steps, and we very much appreciate the signal sent from the citizens that the Europe is basically heading in the right direction. We have good trajectory, so to say, when it comes to the quality of environment, and that we need to continue, and we should not give up, and should not listen to short-term vision and short-term solutions. It's interesting that when you say that we are on a good trajectory, you somehow hesitated. Perhaps the word direction, which is the same as the name of the opposition party, you somehow hesitated, but that's just a joke. Smer, direction. It's a pun in Slovak. This is of course a call to the civil sector, number of NGOs. So, what's the take of the Ministry of Environment?
I need to say, ladies and gentlemen, that the Conference on the Future of Europe is, from the perspective of environment, one of the most important participative events at the Ministry, and also and would have participated in the roadshow of the Ministry as well. The priorities identified by the public are 6, are those priorities that the state should focus at: sustainability, biodiversity, energy safety, green infrastructure, circular economy, education about environment. All those areas are extremely important, and we need to make huge progress in, although we have made some progress. If we communicate those green topics, Slovakia has relatively good position when it comes to civic participation and how the green transformation is seen. When we compare ourselves with the Czech Republic, the political debate prior to the elections was who is going to find better excuse. Green Deal was considered to be a kind of a burden. I'm afraid that in the future something like that could happen also in Slovakia, so we should beware. Therefore, green transformation and those goals that have been adopted should be taken very serious. When it comes to measures related to national parks that are extremely important from the perspective of biodiversity, and we could see how much disinformation, fake news and campaigns accompanied this process, and we could see that the protection of environment can be accompanied by fake news and disinformation. The carbon neutrality should be well communicated to the citizens, and what is really good for me is that the recovery and resilience plan is broadly communicated and also criticized topic, but it has become something that the citizens are aware of, that citizens know that this is a series of investments and reform targeting also green transformation in comparison to structural reforms. The recovery and resilience plan is much better communicated, and I would underline the energy efficiency. This is a project that is visible at every single municipal level, contributes to completing the climate goals and our energy self-sufficiency, and this is why it is very important to communicate all those topics when we want to get rid from unstable and very expensive and dangerous Russian fossil fuels. Those are the ways that actually have a twofold impact. One is that they will help us meet the climate targets, but also energy efficiency and safety. And there must be good communication between state, government, and citizens. The petition on climate protection, the most successful petition ever made in Slovakia when it comes to number of supporters, and this brings me hope that the communication on the future of Europe and also meeting the targets, Slovak targets, will underline the importance of the environmental targets, and that the citizens will expect the politicians to bring solutions and ambitious targets. And our role as politicians is to provide for the tools of green transformation, be strong, not be subject of disinformation, misinformation, and that they are promoted. At the beginning it may be very challenging, but it is very important for the politicians to advocate for the Slovak interests and goals, and this conference has underlined those communication lines, and I hope that in the future we are not going to face the same problems as some other countries where the political debate on green transformation is frequently misused. Thank you so much. And now the coordinator of the Climate Coalition, a platform of non-governmental organizations. When you frame the whole thing and you set the picture, maybe you could tell us something about the coalition for the foreign guests. I do believe that also many Slovak representatives have no idea about our coalition. We were established last year, and the coalition actually emerged in a very organic way. Many organizations working in the enviro field, we had started talking together, realizing that if we want to tackle the complexity of the climate change, the legislative aspects, and all the topics that are overlapping, we cannot achieve it on our own. We need to cooperate. And the cooperation is important not only in civil society, but also across the board. We have worked with many organizations. There are 15 different organizations in the Climate Coalition, including those movements that keep on yelling and want everything here and now. And then more kind of like think tank organizations that prepare and draft analysis, make studies, etc. And also we also cooperate with broader range of organizations when we are preparing something bigger. So we are really trying to put together all those who have the same goal. We also talk to business, and we are trying to put together people who maybe deal with other but green topics at the first sight, like construction, etc., so that we don't fight but we cooperate. The situation is extremely complex, especially when we take the climate change, and we need to focus on solutions, and we need to stop talking about why it is a problem and why this is impossible, but we need to find common solutions. And this is applicable to the regions, businesses, public administration, civic administration, etc. this is extremely important if we want to manage the climate change and the rapid decrease in biodiversity. Those things are interconnected, of course. And the results of the conference, for me, when I looked into the achievements, I was like, okay, no surprises. Which is not to say that this is pointless. No, 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 it's important. This type of communication is important. And it was very pleasing to me to see how much the citizens reflect on those topics, how much do they support expert opinions and what we should do. And that the citizens of Slovakia do see that there is a problem and this challenge of climate change. It was clear from the survey. People understand this is a problem. But what is rather more of a challenge is that people are rather confused when it comes to how to achieve the goals, which is quite natural. There are many recommendations from the conference. They are clear-cut and understandable, but also overlapping. Social sphere, health, education, protection of climate is not a separate issue for the environmental sector. It is an overarching issue. We see it with the war in Ukraine, how much it influences our economy, how big a role fossil fuels play in the conflict. What kind of an impact does it have? So it is impossible to have a silo approach. We really need to see about the look into the interferences, about the connecting. We need to connect the dots. And Slovak Republic, especially in the V4 region, is different. How our representatives represent those topics at the EU level, etc. But when, the specific measures should be taken, then we see a problem. In spite of this intense debate on how much we need to protect climate, the emissions are still rising, so we are not doing enough. Obviously, and we should have adopted and should have walked the talk. And we really need to stop talking but start acting. And we should work on data, and this is a huge problem in Slovakia. Silo approach. The operational program offers a couple of calls for proposals on lowering the energy, on increasing the energy efficiency of public buildings and buildings and such. This would have an impact on the problem that has opened up with the war in Ukraine, and when it comes to recovery plan that is synergized and is connected, all the things are connected, like the insulation of building, green roofs and other measures, all combined in one package. But in our case, it is under 10 different entities, and there are little, bridging elements. So the structure is really bad and poor. So how we have started cooperating? Well, we realized that we need to look for overarching solutions, that we need to have everybody at the table, because otherwise we keep on talking and we keep on trying to come up with solutions, but at the same time we are cancelling trains, which is completely contradicting measure, and there is a multitude of examples of this kind. So this conference has opened up a couple of important topics and things we should do. that are really important and vital. And what we are trying to do now is that we are trying to look for how to do it and how to find the support at the state and regional level so that we roll up our sleeves and start working. This was a great ending of this panel, and we had no idea what will be the view of the panelists, but this was a high level of synergy. I can't actually recall. Everybody seems to see or understand that the citizens know what should be done from, and we could hear it from all the representatives, EMP, executive, civil society representative, everybody on this panel. You all see this document, view this document in a positive way. And now I would like to give one more question, and then I'll open up the room for questions. So let's look into the future. This is a great baseline that you as politicians, you feel that this topic hasn't been pushed aside by COVID or by the war, that the citizens still feel it as politicians, that this is a priority that we need to do something about.
Where do you see the process to continue? The Conference on the Future of Europe have named or labeled the problems. There's a relatively large degree of understanding and concord between the legislators, politicians, and people from the bottom, from NGOs. So there is not much dissonance. Great. So what happens next? Let's start with the European perspective first. So what can we expect, when, and how? And then we go to the national level. Mrs. Zemanova, as a Parliament member, you said you were the last Mohican, well, the first Mohican, perhaps, and gradually there are more and more Mohicans joining you, so the topic is becoming a weighty and serious topic, so it's not just you anymore, but more people. And then we'll go to the street level, so to say. So where do you expect to face barriers or challenges, politically or economically speaking, Mr. Vezek, the European Parliament member? Thank you very much. I was reading the conclusions of the conference recently. I think it basically ended this month. I often smiled. Well, like, we've been voting on this previously. Some of the recommendations were actually, protracted in the Parliament. So we don't have to frame it like we've been waiting for these conclusions and we are now going to do something, because the train has already left the station. There was the European ecological agreement, and I really am delighted by the concord, between what we are doing and what the conclusions are. The package of measures directly or indirectly linked to the our 2030 objectives, Fit for 55, 55% reduction of emissions, etc., etc. And this goes with a huge volume of legislation, of course, that needs to be updated, and it's already happening. These updates, and perhaps it's a coincidence that it's happening basically at the same time with these conclusions being published. So we received confirmation from the citizens that it is in line with their interests and in line with their perspective of the problem, which gives us a lot of elan, or a lot of enthusiasm. The milestone is 2030, of course, and if we perhaps can be critical, but it's an objective situation, of course, that the framework might be advancing a little slower. I mean, considering how much time we have left until the milestone, but taking into account the situations in other sectors, I think we should be satisfied. If it wasn't for COVID and the Ukrainian crisis, there would be much more time for dealing with the environmental problems. On the other hand, these two crises do have certain added value, that they are advancing us to be even more ambitious, because they do not only reflect purely the climate change problem, but now there's the geopolitical context, economic context, sustainability, and stability concept and other factors showing us that the way we have decided to take, needs to be taken, must be taken as the transition to renewables. That's just a fact. This is going to frame everything. As we said, the climate is not an isolated system. We are living on the planet where everything is related to everything else, including the natural systems and processes and cultural processes, of course. And the climate obviously needs to be tackled together with the biodiversity issues, which is a equally serious problem, perhaps not so accentuated, but it is getting into the radar. It's on the train with the climate, so to say. And all of these will have to be managed by, well, in the horizon of several years. In the horizon of several years, we will have to acquire measurable improvement, because so far we haven't these. Looking at the simple chart of global emissions, we don't see the decline. And I believe that yet another level, very important for the European Union, is to do the homework. But it's not enough. The problem is global, so EU must be a global actor, global stakeholder, global motivator. We need to be successful, because our success in this transition, in this transformation and innovation of the system will serve as an inspiration for the others, because we will show them this is how it works and we can succeed, and join us. And if you want to cooperate with us, you will have to join us. And the issues that I see, very briefly now, with most of these conclusions we are already working. Some, however, are so system essential, or that they change the paradigm of the system, that they point out to the treaty on the EU and the competence of the respective components of operation of the EU. Especially, the citizens send us a very strong signal of strengthening the competence of the European Parliament. And now we're talking about serious stuff. I'm not saying that we don't need it now. We have to listen to these voices, but there must be a system-wide discourse, debate on the topic, which naturally must involve the member states, the Commission, the Parliament, etc., etc. And this is naturally a long-term thing, but it is a thing that cannot be ignored and must be reflected. Excellent. Ms. Zemanová, Slovak Parliament perspective on the future, or any potential barriers, concerns and hopes. Right. We are part of the EU, and we have to remember what the EU committed to in terms of the global challenges. But we are also here in Slovakia, and the measures that need to be implemented are, of course, they involve the European commitments, but we also need to look at what's the status quo of the Slovak society. And here I would expect the EU to do more, so that we don't only reflect the global challenge, but also look at the national states. What are the systemic services offered by this or that country? We need to realize that Slovakia is extremely rich when it comes to natural resources, and it offers a great number of eco-services when it comes to protected areas, forestation, sources of underground water. We are extremely rich country, and this is not so much reflected in the relationship between the EU and Slovakia. When it comes to the specific steps and challenges, well, yes, we need to do the best we can to minimize the emissions, but we need to say that specifically in Slovakia the situation is improving. This is proven also by the situation in the environmental situation in the air. The quality of air is improving significantly at the national level, right? Where we certainly need to improve our performance are all the measures leading to the adaptation of the society to the climate change. So not only in relation to the environment, but also in relation to health and other segments of the society where the symptoms of climate change can be really fatal, and we need to predict them and get ready for them. Another thing is that the measures that can be fast and should be fast and specific, but we need to set the priorities, environmental priorities in these measures. What I perceive as a number one priority, just like we cannot breathe without air. We cannot live without water. So water and drinkable, potable water is a true wealth. It's an asset. You know, the area of Žitný Ostrov is basically the source of water for the whole Central Europe, and so far we haven't set the implementation measures to predictably protect this richness, which might be soon more valuable than crude oil or any other resource. That we need to protect this richness, this wealth. So I perceive, in terms of our legislation and the implementation of the recovery and resilience plan, that the European funds, where I have to agree with the Ministry of Environment that they are very difficult to draw, and the monitoring of all these sectors will be really difficult to evaluate in terms of what they all bring. But I still hope we will succeed. So we need to continue, perhaps add a little more in terms of performance. Thank you very much. Michal Kičan, the Minister of Environment. The process framework of realization of these respective recommendations that the citizens labeled as important or key for the environment is given by the framework and by the stage of solution, a stage of addressing. We expect the biodiversity strategy from the EU, which will have to deal with the crisis of biodiversity that we are really facing, and we don't keep hearing about very much about this topic. Number of measures already are reflected by the European Commission. You know, we'll see about the recommendations for strategic plan of a single agricultural policy, which is absolutely key for biodiversity in Slovakia. Talking about the climate change, clearly this is a Fit for 55 package. We'll see, however, how ambitious is the French presidency going to be, and whether there is any other unanswered questions about the in relation to the Czech presidency. But you know, looking at the carbon tax, carbon duty, we can be very active. So some of these questions are certainly going to be very quickly put on the table. Whether in the upcoming summit or the Council of Ministers. 90% of the legislation which governs the environment in Slovakia is based in the European legislation. I believe that even in the EU legislation, the most strongly governed area is the environment. And what happens in Slovakia, of course, is about transposition of the European legislation into the Slovak legislation, because often we see the situation where we have the largest number of infringements, so insufficiencies in compliance with the European legislation in terms of the environment. It's not easy, you know. It's very often we have strong discussion with our colleagues from other ministries. When it comes to climate change, there will be the law on low carbon, or act on low carbon transformation, and as the government manifesto is saying, a major part of these European measures will have to be transposed into the nationwide legislations. From the procedural perspective, this is going to be the most demanding process that lies ahead of us, so that we can really implement these objectives within the Slovak legislation, within the Slovak measures. And here it will also show how much the political leadership and us as politicians are sort of reflecting the calls of the citizens of this continent who want to see major progress made in this area. Lucia Sabová, the NGO perspective. Well, the processes that are happening at the moment and who are driven to a great degree by the EU, there's a very strong factor, and there's a lot of them. I really don't know what we would do without them. There's a great number of measures. Perhaps the biggest package mentioned by the State Secretary, that's the Fit for 55 package. And on the one hand, in the V4, we are really well-perceived country in this respect. But on the other hand, if you look at the Fit for 55 process in other countries, there's a strong visibility that our government is not unified in this respect. The respective ministries are approaching this very differently. It depends who does what, and you can very easily see that in some regions, some parts we sort of declare what we want to achieve, but sometimes we even want to, you know, slow down some of the processes. So it's not very bright, and it's not so good with the emissions. We've been stagnating in terms of emissions for many years, especially transport emissions and individual transport emissions. They've been rising, and we are cancelling the trains, which is something that I really cannot understand. I need to repeat that. And it's not so bright also in terms of quality of air. We don't have infringement. We actually have, the EU is suing us, so we need to deal with that. So the situation is not good. And I need to say that from the fact that we are in the EU is really helping us, because not only during COVID, these things were not put into the side, pushed to the side, but some of the activities were even started more intensively. Now, facing the war in Ukraine, we see how strongly it affects us, and a number of things that couldn't be done in Slovakia just half a year ago, suddenly they can be done. Suddenly it can be done very quickly. Suddenly we can deal with deal with air quality without the support of gas boilers, because people will not want them anyway. We can suddenly adopt legislative changes in support of specific resources that for many years couldn't be done because business was saying it wasn't possible. Suddenly it is possible. So unfortunately, only the critical situation opened our eyes in some of the things and showed us if you do this, these are benefits, these things will help us. It's not something that we will, we will throw money into this black hole of green measures that will only be a minus from the accounting perspective. No, this is an investment that can help people for the future. Of course, there must be, of course, we must make sure that there are not winners and losers. So we should never forget about the people. We shouldn't forget about the socially disprivileged or disadvantaged people. We need to link the respective sectors and ministries so that the social situation as such benefits from this. I don't want to, draw utopian pictures, and talk about the blue skies and bright skies, but we truly can create a better world for the people, which will be essentially healthier, more satisfied, with smaller threats. But we need to deal with this responsibly. We shouldn't be afraid, and we shouldn't just keep talking about how this is impossible. Thank you very much. With these 2 rounds of questions, I perhaps stimulated your interest in potential questions from the audience. So here, if there are, okay, please just introduce yourself and put the question, ideally not the question for the whole panel. Try to be selective with regards to the professionality of the respective representative.
Philip Urban, the founder of the Association for Renewables and the Slovak-Finnish company. Since I know all of you in the panel, the problem of Slovakia is not the money but the experts. How do you want to implement all those packages, the recovery and resilience plan, ISHIV, etc., when an expert in Norway has a pay of 8,000 euro? Do you think that the experts won't leave Slovakia for better conditions? Thank you. We will keep this very precise question on mind, and now let's take a couple of more. Ivan, Conservative Institute of Stefanik. I don't care who is going to answer. Most probably Mr. Viezik, because he has mentioned that the EU should be a motivator for the rest of the world how to deal with the climate change. I would agree with it. But sometimes I do feel that the EU targets are kind of self-loathing rather than motivation. If I look on the world map, China, 1 billion people, economic potential, and the air pollution and the environmental pollution, then the Africa, India, let's take all the pictures about the multitude of plastic in the oceans. They don't come from the Atlantic or the Mediterranean around Europe or the EU. They come from different parts of the world. So it's really a question if we should be so stringent when it comes to environment, when we are really such a minor polluter. The motivational part is fine, but isn't this like self-loathing and like kind of like gold plating, if I may say, of the EU? I am former secretary of the Energy Charter. I used to work in Brussels. After 10 years of living abroad and working abroad, I came back to Slovakia, and I have 3 comments or questions rather. First, support of low carbon mobility. If you bring car from abroad, you need to pay extra for green sign and many other absurd admin and financial requirements, and you have no benefits for your better car. Things are already out there, exist in other countries, but we are not just implementing it. Smart meters, another thing. Unfortunately, we still have the same meters for gas and electricity as 30 years ago. We are unable to generate such legislative framework and implement such things that were implemented in Uzbekistan 5 years ago. They all run on smart meters. And third comment, very often we talk about measures that seem to be done and adopted, but they just seem. This is just very pretentious exercise. Energy certificates of buildings. The system that is in Slovakia is totally ridiculous. In Brussels, there is a guy coming for half day, does it, makes it in situ, and then you get a real certificate, not like here, this pretentious exercise. And this, step by step, the big commitment of the EU, that we all commit ourselves through our structures, is that it should have an impact, positive impact on our citizens that need to see that, okay, if I invest into electric car, there is an impact. If I want to have energy efficient house, that also makes sense for me. And if the government wants to make measures fighting against energy poverty, then they should be real, with real impact, not just seeming and pretentious. I would like to answer to this question on recovery and resilience fund. Yes, you are right. The public sector in Slovakia can very hardly be a competitor or can compete with the private sector when it comes to experts. And this is not the best place to save on, really. There is a whole range of financial measures, such as potential social climate change fund or modernization fund, that needs to be implemented in Slovakia, and the EU actually ceased to support technical support. So it's all up to the member state, and it is expected that the public sector in the given member state works well. But yes, it is a potential risk when it comes to withdrawing this money. So far, the recovery and resilience plan works well, and the calls are open, but it is really worthwhile to work on it in the future. And one of the measures that can be promoted in the future, if we compare it with structural funds, is integration of support measures that are interrelated, for instance, on energy efficiency, so that there are not 3 different companies working on insulation of buildings, because that's a huge luxury in Slovakia. Okay, Mr. Rusna gave his personal comments, but okay, I could talk to my colleagues from the Ministry of Transportation. We had problems with energy certificates in the recovery plan for private or family houses. And yes, I can just support what you are saying. The devil sits in details. And the way how we implement regulations is vital, but unfortunately, enviro sector is not the only sector that suffers from this low quality. Okay, we have broader question whether we are not gold plating as the EU and other big players as China and others are just not minding their own business. Isn't this frustrating? Definitely this is frustrating to some EMPs, and others EMPs understand it as a serious problem, and then there are others that see it as part of the way that we have embarked on. This dilemma has been around for some time. This is about us not being being given unpreferential treatment because we are gold plating, and then our labor or cost of our goods and services is higher, and that means that we are less competitive. But the EU policy is not so naive not to react to this. There has been a series of measures that should translate our ambitions into the business with partners from third countries, such as carbon taxation, carbon tax. Nobody is interested in knocking down the EU in those blind efforts of gold plating, but I see China as weakening, also in the context of what is happening, and there is no possibility to pursue the Chinese way and open the coal mines because they are trying to boost their economy and their production. Russia has principally kind of set our future path and trajectory. So far, there was this Repower EU trajectory, and in the short-term horizon, we have already embarked on this way of disconnecting from Russian natural sources and from Russian fossil fuels. But this is not the end. In the midterm horizon, the goal is not to get disconnected from Russia, but from fossil fuels. And it makes no sense to challenge this position. We see the economic situation changing from month to month, and sort of clenching on the fossil fuel is debatable, if not inconvenient. We see technological progress, the renewables are stronger, are available, are less and less expensive, and actually the household can get disconnected from the grid and become circular. If there are any doubts in the context of a couple of years, there will be not a single doubt that this is the right path to pursue, a path that allows us to produce energy in sustainable way, because so far we have been global kamikaze players, and we should be the role model. The EU should be the role model, the leader. This is a pilot. There are risks, but it would be totally sick to keep on being dependent on fossil fuels that completely contaminate and poison our life. And there is one more problem with experts. Okay, we are losing experts. We can't lure them back. This is a well-known fact. I don't have a golden bullet at my hands, and fortunately I'm not responsible for this. but maybe we don't realize it. Slovakia is in deep and profound personal crisis, not only when it comes to experts, but in general. About 80,000 persons leave our labor market, and we can replace them by about 50,000. So it's minus 30,000 people a year. And we know it all. You need to have something fixed in your household. There is not a single craftsman, and we can't possibly replace those people. There's not enough Slovaks. We need to look outside of the box. We need to look beyond the borders of our country. Economic migration will be needed, will be a must, not something we should fight for. And those migrants we have adopted nicely, we should keep them in our labor market, on our labor market. Because otherwise this will have a huge and long-term consequences. It's not only about experts that will help us with decarbonization, but with all and any workers. We need to sort of bring them here and keep them here.
Ms. Zemanova, I guess you might agree, but would Richard Sulik agree with that opinion? Well, first of all, we need to create a favorable business environment so that the employers are not leaving this market and the people stay working here, doing business here and living here, and that we create the capacity for wage increase. But let me react to the question of Mr. Rusnak, because that was very interesting in terms of the low carbon mobility. This certainly is a topic that is a burning issue, and it relates to what we've heard in previous panels, that transport is the industry or the sector that is creating so much pollution because of the engines. And this is the way to go. We keep hearing about hydrogen, which is the future, but it's a distant future, and perhaps a distant future for the public transport. But we need to think about green mobility for individuals, for people, especially talking about the individual transport. Yes, the problem with these registration fees is here, yes, and the debate is happening, is going on at the ministerial level and the coalition level, and not only about this, but also about the vehicle tax, which depends on the performance of the engine and all the emissions. So we are on the way to change that so that the tax for motor vehicles, which is paid only by the businesses and not the physical entities or natural persons, so this tax should be actually should depend on the emissions produced by this or that vehicle. And the change of legislation also enabled the municipalities to create emission-free zones, especially in the historical centers of the cities. But let's be honest, I'm not sure if there's any municipality, perhaps Trnava is trying to do something about this. I'm not sure if there's any municipality taking advantage of this competence, because number of people would protest. They do not have, the engines that would enable them to comply with these emission-free, regulations with their relatively old vehicles. However, there's a very good effect here. Businesses, courier services, couriers, or companies that distribute not just goods but also foods, these are already thinking about this. They are already taking this into account, that they are switching to e-vehicles. So the feeling of responsibility is, is getting omnipresent, is becoming really, it's penetrating all areas of society, because this requirement for these emission-free zones makes people start realize that perhaps I should look at this more ecological form of individual transport if I want to use individual transport. And I'm not going to talk about public transport, because Ms. Sabova here was mentioning this cancelling of trains, but I don't think this is the ecological thing. The problem is that there are still these free trains for seniors, and the transportation costs something, and we cannot operate through the principle of some people are getting a ride on a train for free, and the others will be paying for that. So it's not only about ecology, but it's also about balance between economy and ecology in these measures. And last but not least, Lucia Sabová, because the time is up. We unfortunately will not be able to answer the other questions, so maybe we want to also satisfy the slider community. So geothermal energy will be the last question, but Sabová, Ms. Sabová here first. Perhaps I'd like to say that the problem with capacity that we mentioned here is a well-known issue. We've been communicating with the European Commission when setting the financial tools, and there is the willingness to support the building of capacity. So the question is, how are we going to deal with it? And I would return to the global emissions question, because the data can be projected differently, and I often see that we pick one perspective and present it for the whole. We could look at the cumulative emissions, which is the number one country, which is the last country. We can look at the emissions from the perspective of per capita, and then we should all scream at Qatar because they have the highest per capita emissions. Then we should be looking at historical emissions. Europe is not looking that good. So however we look at it, and however we point fingers, the thing is that everybody needs to do something, even the small countries, because if you put together these emissions of the countries under 2%, well, then you end up with almost 40%. So we won't be able to move without China, India, but also these small countries. But even these large countries like China, India, they do have some commitments within the most recent COP. Perhaps not all countries, but many countries did increase their commitments. China has its commitment according to these PCC recommendations. So let's not pretend that we as Europe are the poor guys who are doing drastically much and the others are not doing anything else. We are the progressive force, and yes, I think this is good, and I think this is certainly something that defines Europe, and we certainly have great power to influence the rest of the world with our steps. And that's why it's very important that we do it, not just because of the PR thing, like we want to blow our own trumpets and that we're going to suffer. No, we are not going to suffer. If we set it up correctly, it will be helpful, and we have the strength to influence the rest of the world, and this is important. Thank you very much. Very briefly, the hopeful geothermal energy. How you look at this perspective in Slovakia? Clean, carbon-free energy and a huge source of geothermal waters in Slovakia. Technologically, this shouldn't be a problem. Economically, this shouldn't be a problem. In terms of sustainability, certainly is not a problem. What is a problem, however, is the setting of the system when the transition of the joint sources of heat and energy to geothermal. It can be complicated because you need to decide whether it's going to be energy or heat, and then you cannot apply for a subsidy as a combined heat and power source. So it's just an administrative problem. I think we are wasting the potential. We are behind schedule. I'm happy about every single geothermal project being opened. Recently in Žďár nad Hronom is going to be a power plant. It's not a heating plant, but a power plant. So we need to eliminate this legislative barrier so that we can take advantage of this potential fully. We are falling behind in terms of EU, but I see a lot of communication going on. I think we are catching up on it, and I'm an optimist that the source of geothermal energy will be used sufficiently, perhaps a bit later in Slovakia compared to the EU context, but it will come and it's extremely advantageous, so we'll have to do it. And with this optimistic underground comment, let me conclude this panel. I'd like to thank very much MP Anna Zemanová, activist Lucia Sabová, State Secretary Michal Kič, and MEP Michal Viezik. Thank you very much also for your attention. And now we are going to have a lunch break, and 1:15 we'll start talking about democracy and human rights, which probably will not see, where we will not see so much synergy.
príjemné odpoludnie. Ďakujeme veľmi.
Very good afternoon. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for choosing this panel, European Democracy, Values and Rights, Rule of Law, Security. As I've already mentioned in the previous panel that focused on the climate and the environment, there was a surprising level of consensus among the panelists representing either political spectrum or civil society, etc. Every single panelist believed that the issue of climate change is of absolutely paramount and vital importance. And I do also believe that we will experience something similar. We will discuss how the citizens have been involved and to which extent into the discussion about the values and how the communication between the citizens and the political representatives have been unfolding. We will organize it in similar way as in the previous panel. That means each and every panelist will get about 5 minutes to give a framework and his or her perspective. Then I will ask 1 or 2 questions, and then they will be able to react to one another, and then we will open room for discussion, either for you here in the room or via Slido. So we have 1 hour 15 minutes for this panel. This is no Chatterhouse rules rule. That means everything is recorded and streamlined, and we do have representatives. The head of European Commission representation, Mr. Schucha, then sociologist and university pedagogue, also person, our advisor to the president, Ms. Olga Djarfashova, then Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Šimečka. Would you like to be, because I made we have the highest representative, Slovak, that was appointed to the post, to this position, which we highly appreciate, and then Mr. Erik Potocký, editor of conservative daily Postoj. So we have a variety of panelists, 4 individuals that are really ready to explore and dismantle this very important topic on this conference. So my first question to all of you is, what has been of interest to you on this project? What kind of incentives or inspirations you have got from the citizens? Each and every one of you have his or her individual perspective. So over to you, Vladimir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. This is such a hard time. We are all digesting all the blood is concentrated in our belly and intestines. So this is really a challenge, just purely biological challenge that we are facing right now. I hope you won't fall asleep. And for 8 years, I used to work as a scientific advisor for the Commission, and I led one institute, and in my 2 to 3 last years in that position, we were conveying this message to the former leadership and also to the upcoming female president. We were talking and pointing to the threat to democracy. Global trend of digital transformation and AI is a deadly threat for democracy, freedom and free democracy, and therefore each and every institution needs to work or act upon it. And then we made a forecast of governance for until 2030, and we explored 4 scenarios. Only 1 was optimistic, and 3 were rather pessimistic. And those things together sort of led us to a conclusion that we need to change the system of governance and how the public policies are drafted. This is an old system. It is for analog times, although I am not quoting this time of cash and analog time. I really refer to the fact that the system of public policy drafting was designed after the Second World War and is not suited and apt for digital age. The whole thing, how we adopt legislative measures and make policies, and we are also facing very difficult decisions that we need to make, and those will need to include and involve citizens. And therefore, 3 to 4 years ago, we already recommended that the representative democracy was complemented with deliberative democracy. That means a type of democracy when the citizen is more involved into decision making and understanding of things. And from my perspective, the champion is Ireland. We really got so much inspiration in Ireland, some other countries as well. So there is this portfolio of different methodologies and approaches in the Commission, and what a deliberative democracy means and how it can be implemented. And I see a huge courage of the EU institutions, because it's not about the Commission but the Parliament, Council, that have decided to experiment with this. Nobody has ever done it, and this is Conference on the Future of Europe, and I do expect and I do think and believe that there are certain results, and that this process is going to improve over the time. And when I go back to the values, this is really interesting, because most of the European citizens advocates for or claims that this part needs to be strengthened, but as if we were not hearing the same message from Slovakia. And if you let me, I would tap into other surveys that tell us that we have way too materialistic approach and view on the EU. And I recall my past times working for the EU institutions, and I visited Great Britain often, and I told them, look, I don't think it can be all based on material assets. If we want to have good kind of an agreement and a partnership, then the partnership needs to be based on values, not only on assets. And we are talking about values as rule of law, human rights, freedom, democracy. Those are the main pillars of the European Union. Most of the Europeans demand those, but we have a deficit in Slovakia, and this is proven by various surveys, Eurostat survey and the latest one for Slovak Global Network, that analyzed the values. And if you look into the values, from the 10 top values, 6 or 7 are material and our economy is not in bad condition. We are really living the best material times ever, but we have huge discrepancy when it comes to the values. Lowest respect for education. We have the third highest tolerance to violence against women. from all the countries. So there is huge deficit in values, and it seems that nobody is raising the flag of the values from the ground and starts demanding more respect the values. We are always talking about money and assets and never about values, and I don't think this can last long. Cohesive society cannot be built on money transfers from the EU, because we are totally obsessed with money. Cohesion policy, it's not about us wanting to improve the situation in lagging regions, but it's about getting billions from the EU, and we want more of it. When I started my current position about 5 months ago, this has become one of my priorities, to start talking more about the values of the EU, because I am totally convinced that only because of those values the Union has survived dozens of crises, and if we want to survive it longer, and I very much wish for that, we need to strengthen and empower those values. Okay. Great. This was a great probe into the state of the arts, or what are we doing right now. And this issue that you have raised, that we are very materialistic, and we tend to claim about ourselves that we are so spiritual. Maybe this will be a wake-up call to many of those that have maybe religious or value or spiritual issues in their job description. Olga, over to you. Thank you very much. I'll go back to the very beginning of this conference, when the Prime Minister raised this rhetoric question, what kind of EU we want to have. We want to have it free, tolerant, respectful to diversity. We want to have a fair rule of law. Yes. And this is not going to happen without the values. The financial transfers are not the golden bullet. So let's look into what is happening with the values in Slovakia, and I believe that the conclusion of this conference could be yet another wake-up call, and there have been so many in the past, and I very much hope that our mindset would change. I recall the times when Slovakia was joining the EU. Back then we had carried out a lot of surveys, and very much the discourse was, okay, come support us, you will have better life. So the whole political and social discourse was targeting material benefits, social benefits, potentially resulting from the EU membership. Over the time, we were bringing this on the table with the expectation that this would change. But, you know, this picture of the EU as a fridge packed with food or a very rich household has not changed. And this is really kind of a reflection of where we are standing. It seems that Slovak society is not really interested in the EU values. The question is whether the Slovak politicians are interested in those values. Because the position of the society oftentimes reflects the political discourse. And I'll give you a couple of figures. Paula, you have mentioned that numbers should activate the people. I will focus on few. But when we ask what the EU has brought, or where do you see the benefits of our membership in the EU? Repeatedly, it is it has all those things that are related to economic and social situation. That means free movement of people, in the sense that we can apply for a job abroad, and also in the sense of certain benefits of the EU funds. The EU funds are often considered to be the benefit that really opens the door to us. So all this discourse focuses on catching up in the social situation, social environment, and in multiple exercises that we have carried out, this has been confirmed. Two more things that are not a rarity of those efforts and discussions or deliberations. I see various paradoxes in the perception of the EU, that it is inconsistent, and that some probably result of many myths about the EU, and also rather passive attitude of our public, and we already heard it in the previous panel. Part of the Slovak public feels that we are second-class citizens, that we are on the outskirts, our voice is not heard enough, and that the big ones always make the decisions, and the like older states, well-established states. But on the other hand, when we have the opportunity to raise our voice, for instance, the European elections, which is the most illustrative example, 80% of the people stay back home. So there is this discrepancy. We are not between the perception and the action. And as if we were not realizing the real opportunities and possibilities that the EU offers, and we rather act upon our imagination or thinking. And the second paradox has been that we are not strongly Eurosceptical when it comes to perception, but when we are skeptical is that we believe that the EU dictates what we should do, it tells us how we should resolve things, and we don't like the directives, etc. But when problems arise that are really relevant to the public, and in case they don't like the solutions that are taken, then they all of a sudden they ask for bigger competencies at the EU level. So there's yet again discrepancy and misperception between what the European Union gives us and takes away. And if we say that Slovakia is not really doing bad from the economic perspective, and often we reiterate that we are living the best years ever, and there are many people who don't think it, and they really then transform it into their attitude to the EU.
Thank you very much. Now with you, Michal. Since you are sitting in the European Parliament, you have the possibility from the very start to follow this whole project and inclusion of the citizens, so that you, the politicians, receive stimuli about what to do with the EU. So perhaps a comparative note, that you are an MEP for Slovakia. How does the current discourse about the project is taking place? And how do you perceive what we've heard previously, that these stimuli in the field of values within the discussion somehow, well, they are as they were presented? So what is it, how does it make you feel as a Slovak politician? Thank you very much. I'd like to thank to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Slovak Foreign Policy Association for inviting me here. It's a true honor to be here, talking on this topic and answering this question. Just for the start, not the whole European Parliament and not all MEPs were part of the plenary sessions of the Conference on the Future of Europe. I personally wasn't either. But it's true that as a member of the leadership, let's say, of the Renew Europe fraction, the third fraction in the MEP, in the European Parliament, sorry, was a very strong agenda. It was a strong part of the agenda of the Emmanuel Macron's presidency, or France presidency, and the fact that the conference was held as it was supposed to be held, and the fact that we have some conclusions on the table, and that the whole process took place, and the hundreds of people participated, considering everything that has happened in the past 2 years, that's in itself is an achievement. And I was just afraid during the whole process that it might not even be finally completed. The way how Slovak citizens, treated this and what are the inputs, I don't want to evaluate. Perhaps it's a bit sad that in the field that I regard to be of value, the rule of law and values, that we weren't all too active, but considering COVID-19, I know the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was organizing a number of events, number of discussions. I don't think we neglected it more than any other countries, but perhaps in this particular topic we could have been more active. The very first question of yours, what is the most exciting thing about this? For me, I agree with Vladimír Šucha here. This is specifically for the EU. This is a huge thing, because let's be honest, the EU essentially was a project of political elite, the prime ministers, the governments, later on the president of the European Commission, from the 1950s until today. From time to time there was a referendum, but in principle, systematically, even after the European Parliament was directly elected, this was the European citizens never really participated in decision making, even during the Convention on the Constitution, which had a different structure. So I'm very happy that we went on with the project of deliberative democracy, because this shows us also the way to go for the future. To a certain extent, it is also an answer to the crisis of representative democracy, or parliamentary democracy. So in a way, this is a representative sample of people who discuss the topic instead of answering yes or no in a referendum and arriving to a certain conclusion. I believe this is a very promising thing also for the future, and I'm happy that we weren't afraid to do this, even though that logistics in the middle of a COVID pandemic, it was really, really difficult. I have my office right next door to Guy Verhofstadt, who was the engine of this whole thing, and I remember his characteristic loud voice dealing with the issues of this conference from the morning until the evening. So it wasn't a vain operation. It wasn't in vain. Of course, a great question is to what extent the member states will deal with this progressively and constructively, and will try to put this into practice. That's the greatest risk for me. We have the conclusions. We have hundreds and thousands of people participating on this somehow, and nothing's going to happen. Well, that would be the greatest issue of it all, because then people will think, well, you see, we got involved, we wanted to be active, but no fruit at all, no fruition, or the Parliament or the Commission just didn't care. But of course, hypothetically speaking. And the rule of law, since this is a chapter in itself, rule of law and the values in the Article 2 of the Lisbon Treaty, I'm not surprised at all that citizens feel this so intensively. Perhaps we don't realize it here in Slovakia because we didn't provide any major input. But for a great majority of countries, especially who are net payers, net contributors to the European budget, like Germany, Netherlands, etc., they perceive this as a major threat of not only their money but the future of Europe as such. And I don't agree with Vlado here that this is just a debate on abstract values. For a number of citizens and voters, it is about their money. And it is also about our money, because it is our taxes that we use for recovery and resilience plan, and etc., etc. And when I'm in the Netherlands or Germany, and I keep reading every day that this is a country number 1, number 2, number 3, where the money is spent in vain, because there's the corruption and justice or injustice, and it's not only about Hungary or Poland, but it's about Cyprus or Malta, other rule of law issues. So obviously it is important for me, and this is a great political topic, and it moves the public opinion. The fact that it doesn't here, that's a different story. So it is also overlapping with the material sphere. So the debate is not only about returning the discourse on the values into the Slovak public discourse, or how to support the values of democracy and the values and the European rule of law, but it's about how to save these very values so that the EU is not heading to become a community with several democracies, various other forms of democracy or non-democracy, because the question is about how to prevent the growth of authoritarian regimes in the EU, and some of these proposals are actually going towards this objective, not just because of the values themselves, even though the values themselves should be the point, but because if the EU stops to be a community where every single member state has independent courts, rule of law and free democratic institutions, then nothing is going to work in the EU. We'll not be able to keep Schengen, we'll not be able to keep single market, we won't be able to keep the single foreign and defense policy, because all these conditions mean that the governments trust each other, and they trust each other because everybody behind that table, every single country behind that table, all these 27 members are democrats that respect independent courts, that respect democratic values, and this is the point here. And that's why I would appreciate why these conclusions would also be transformed into some real actionable steps. Thank you very much. The fourth panelist is Erik Potocki from the conservative daily Postoj. Mr. Potocki, since you've been writing about the topic, perhaps with a critical tone, I suppose that you will give us a different perspective on this whole project of involvement of the citizens and listening to their voice. So you got your 5 minutes. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Along with COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine, somehow the memories of Brexit grew sort of smaller and smaller, which was a historical moment in the history of EU, because it was for the first time where someone wanted out and not in. And the European institutions in this whole process of Brexit, when Britain was trying to leave the community, the whole thing was supposed to give us the answer to the question, why did British actually vote for leaving? And perhaps the conference on the future of Europe was supposed to give us one of the answers, why. In other words, we wanted to ask the citizens what they expect from the EU, so that no other Brexit would happen, and whether what these institutions are doing, whether they're doing for the benefit of the citizens, for the benefit of the member states and their citizens feel that that their voice is heard in the community. When it comes to the conference on the future of Europe as such, I think in the morning, I think the Prime Minister Heger mentioned this. Whether this was a conference on the future of Europe or the future of European Union, these are two different concepts. whether they were asking what kind of Europe they want or how the EU institutions are supposed to work, because these are different questions. And I'm afraid that it was rather about the institutions and the way how they should operate. For example, what the European Commission should decide about, what the European Parliament should decide about, because the summary of these proposals or ideas that were collected were mostly relating to competencies, responsibilities of the European Commission, of the European Parliament, or perhaps should we resign from unanimous vote to simple majority voting, you know, etc. But the way, and you mentioned that I was writing about it, but the way, the method, how the citizens were selected, who will, you know, conduct these consultations and to present these opinions or proposals, corresponded with some demographic indicators, how to select a representative sample. But I think that 200 people for a single panel or a single topic is, considering 500 million, is just not representative enough to say with full responsibility that this is what the EU citizens want. You know, 200 out of 500 million. Another problem in the whole process, that only 6 countries could present the conclusions of their national panels. So it kind of shows that 21 member states did not fulfill the conditions of participative democracy that were required in the process in the first place. So these member states didn't have enough interest to organize it in such a way so that their citizens could present their opinions, or does it mean that the citizens of those countries didn't care enough? Because if we say that Slovaks are not interested, well, it perhaps is not just a problem of Slovakia. It can be also apparently more countries than just Slovakia. And even the previous speakers were talking about the material base. We can perceive this as perhaps low, not so noble as values. But if we look at the basics of the EU, it was the European community of coal and steel. It was built on industry. It was built on the belief or concept that peace in Europe can be achieved by linking our economies, our economic cooperation, so that any kind of conflict was simply disadvantageous and hurtful to everyone. In other words, by cooperating we will avoid war. That was the initial concept. And I don't think that the fact that the citizens are emphasizing these material sort of advantages or benefits, that it's really negative or only negative, because if we want to know what worries them, well, if this is their concern, the material side of things, that if this is what they perceive as the essential thing, the material side of things, as the essential concept of the European functioning, that we can travel for free, there's a free exchange of goods and capital, this is perhaps this is what matters. This is what symbolizes the EU for them. And whether the rule of law or other aspects of values, whether this should be provided by the European Commission or whether it should be provided by the European Parliament, well, I think that this should be provided by their national governments, because these should adopt the legislation within that single national country, state, and Now, we were talking about the myths associated with the EU. Very often, these national parliaments so much distort the regulations by the European Commission or directives by the European Commission that sometimes the citizens believe that this is the dictation from Brussels or this is the directive from Brussels, but it was distorted by the national parliaments.
Well, this is a great punchline, kind of. Olga, could you tell us something about the methodology, and then maybe Michael, you can comment on the political level, national and European expectations, etc. So was the methodology of asking the citizens okay? Can we really deduce our thinking from that? Because this was challenged, and maybe Michael can comment on the reminder of this. When talking about the results of the conference on future of Europe, we talk about dozens of various parallel events and approaches that materialized from May 21 until May 22. So it was not one single survey, let alone something that it was representative on 200 citizens. There were more things and events. There was an open internet forum, there were focus groups, there were different panels that met in person when it was possible. We also do have our representative, ZUZANA HOZLÁROVÁ, who represented the citizens of Slovakia at those events. So distill it or shrink it to one single survey is a very, very narrowed perspective. Secondly, I see it as a tip of an iceberg that kind of covers a long-term effort of the European institutions to bring this project closer to people. Because yes, in the 50s it was a project of political elites, but if we look back, often we could have seen very specific efforts and activities, direct election of the EMPs. There have been multiple efforts to involve people to compensate for the democratic deficit, or one of the interpretations would involve people and engage people. And I'm not saying that we are there, because it is a process. The way is the goal. Involving the citizens is a process, and the process is the goal. Deliberative democracy is involving and engaging people through different means into discussions. What do we want? How do we want to organize things, etc. And it cannot be shrunk to, or it cannot be done in the way that we would ask every single citizen of the EU. So the European Convent actually was yet another example. So yet again, trying to label it as a single methodology that doesn't seem valid enough and reliable enough is too narrow an understanding. Maybe later on I will comment on some further things. I totally support what Ms. Derfashova has said. Okay, let's simplify, but to a certain extent only. And from simplification to simplicity, this, we should be cautious about this, and because that's way too dangerous. Nobody is saying that this methodology that was developed is the best in the world. But okay, show me another community of countries with 500 million of inhabitants has ever done anything similar. So this is a process that has been debated for long. There were interventions from my colleagues, from my institution that I used to lead. We gave certain methodological recommendations, and of course this methodology can be changed, can be modified, but it's about the political courage.
Presne takých komentárov. Je to vec, ktorú je treba vnímať kriticky, treba sa...
Ask the citizens, yes, we need to be critical, how to improve it. But, you know, yet again, this simplification that this was a handful of panels with 200 members or participants in it is impossible and is a wrong thing. We do have a main representative or leader. There have been dozens and hundreds of events under the umbrella of the European Commission organized in Slovakia. They were organized by European Parliament, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, etc., etc. So there were hundreds of events and with hundreds or thousands of participants and thousands of recommendations given by the citizens through the platform. And I think that this is a good thing, because we have distilled certain joint statements or positions when implementing some of the wishes or recommendations. They can have an impact on how the institutions work, but citizens don't have a clear idea about how the institution operate. We have simplifications. The institutions as such are not the most important thing. They are only a tool. People were asking about the environmental topics. It's not that the people would be saying that that those topics need to be rolled out and implemented by DG this or that. The people just said, we want clean environment, clean air, we want rule of law, etc. So the people identified the topics. We want a medical union. We were criticizing the union for not acting upon it, but the union doesn't have competencies in this field. So the clear-cut result is that we want to the EU to have competencies in the field of medical union. So from my perspective, we can find there's a big room of improvement at the European level. I think this was a very bold step from the political perspective, and we need to act upon the recommendations and ideas we have collected. And of course there is a risk that we are not going to manage it and master it, that the institution is not going to be able to absorb it and implement all the good things and ideas that have been specified. And I don't agree with you that the European Union should take care of the material things. Material things or assets are surplus, or something above the basics. And I believe that we could agree on the fact that if our values are not right, if our values are not healthy, we can forget about the economy, the transfers from the EU, because as Michael has said, we are not going to trust each other. And this is the baseline. In order for Schengen to work, we must trust each other. And you know that Slovakia is the country with the least trust among its citizens ever. And it's not about factories not working, but it's about people not trusting each other. And we need to fix this. We need to focus on this. This is the very basic we need to take care of. And yes, of course, economy is very important, but economy can be built only on liberal, well-functioning democracy, values of rule of law, human dignity, and democracy of all other things. So I believe that those are key things. And if we want to reduce the EU cooperation to economically beneficial transfers, then we can play different games. Also, Michael, the perspective of a politician on this.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to answer in a similar vein that Vlado did, that the conclusions, there are dozens of them. There are also some that infringe with the current distribution of competence. Maybe they would even require changing of the treaties, but it's not the major part. You know, most of these things are either green, or they relate to labor market, or development of small and medium-sized businesses, or foreign policy, defense policy. You know, if we you know, take it into account with all the comments that we can always find a better methodology, but if we at least trust it a little, at least a little, it's quite obvious that voters, citizens, want the EU to address the climate issues. They want it to be a strong foreign policy player. They want it to be able to protect the democratic values within the member states. They want it to be competitive across the global markets. They want to have a social pillar. And just like Vlado said, perhaps some of the things will require redrawing of the treaties, but there was some expectations, there were some questions given to citizens, and whether this can be implemented within the existing institutional framework or not. And one more thing I need to emphasize, when you were asking about what the EU citizens expect the EU to do, whether it's more about the material benefits or assets, you know, wealth, enough Euro funds, or Schengen, or free market, you know, or they explicitly expect the EU to protect their democratic rights as citizens. And the conference shows very clearly that it's not either or. People often accept both. People often accept contradictory things. Just like Vlado said, during COVID, everyone expected the EU to have some warehouse with face masks, and it will distribute them in the first couple of weeks or months, and that it will organize that every patient has sufficient number of ventilators. Then we realized that we have no competence for that as EU. Then it expected, of course, cheap, timely and sufficient number of vaccines, which we basically fulfilled, even though maybe some people believe not so quick enough. And during the war, we often heard that the EU should have its own army. We often hear this. And then there are many people who expect the EU to stand up for democratic values, maybe not in all countries, but I, as a citizen of the Slovak Republic, if there was some really, really bad scenario, and we have experience with this in Slovakia, if, for example, the freedom of the media was endangered, or the rule of law was endangered in this country, I would also expect the EU to play a role of a safeguard, or of some fuse, you know, that we are not alone in this, and help us, you know. And this is part of the values that we were talking about. And even if it wasn't part of the expectations, it is a part of the treaties. It is a part of what EU is. The fact that EU should be active in protecting the rule of law, democracy, justice, the rights of its citizens. These are not just, you know, things that can be left upon the member states because it's a part of the treaties. We signed these treaties as Slovakia, as a country, when we were entering, when we were accessing the EU. So it's not just someone's whim or a fantasy. This is a contractual obligation of the EU. If somewhere there is injustice, if someone is not entitled to get a, you know, doesn't have a fair process, there's no justice done to someone, it's an obligation of the EU to protect these people, especially if their national government is failing. So it's not just about the expectation, it's a matter of contractual obligations. Okay, thank you very much. I promise to open the space for discussion soon enough. And obviously, if you want to discuss on what you've heard from someone in the panel, naturally you may. But now let me give the space to the audience. The first three questions from the audience. I would perhaps add one more thing. It's very interesting that in these turbulent times where we have the pandemic hitting all the countries, including our, when populism is on the rise and nationalism is on the rise, also within the Western world, and the American President Joe Biden had the idea of calling the Summit for Democracy to look at what's the status quo of democracy as a system. You know, it was quite clear. I mean, you're a democracy, you will always be a democracy. But Joe Biden find out that certain Donald Trump appeared in the United States, and his rule of governing didn't really look like democracy. And then you have countries like Hungary and Poland in the EU that started to have issues in this value sphere. And now the question is, should they be receiving the money or not? So the whole topic of democracy is a topic of the whole West, not just of us here saying to ourselves, like, let's ask the citizens what they want from the EU. And moreover, when the Pope Francis visited Slovakia in September, suddenly in October he said that the church itself, which has been working pretty much fine for 2,000 years and didn't feel the need to ask the citizens, he came up with the project of Synodal Road. He called not only for clericals but also for laypersons to convene and debate about the role of the church in that time. Then the war broke out, and this of course brought the questions of unity and value orientation, and they received totally different meaning now. How are we going to deal with these questions as the EU, and how we as the Western society or community deal with this? So I just wanted to say that this shared search and involvement of citizens in telling us what their idea is, it's like a sign of the times that many others are actually embarking on this project. I've seen a few hands in the audience, here and here, and then we'll make a next round. Of course, please introduce yourselves. Ideally, short question to a single person. ZUZANA HOZLÁROVÁ is my name. I have a brief comment. I just wanted to explain one thing. Some of the discussions seem to be saying that the recommendations are only something that someone wrote and we suddenly have a recommendation. And this is a narrative perhaps from the middle of the conference, when we saw what the real things are, what the people really believe. Some people started to dislike what the ideas of the people were, so they started to criticize the process. You know, the forming of this recommendation was incredibly complicated process that people did in their free time. We have panelists here, maybe he could tell us even better, because I was only the national panel and the work group, but we had 7 plenary sessions where we so closely, intensively debated everything. So these recommendations are anything but not vague, because we went into such detail and we thought about everything. So I just want to clarify one thing, that this is certainly not something that someone woke up with one day in their head. Some of the requirements may be too idealistic perhaps, but we need to think about, we need to realize that people are really working very hard to put this together. Thank you very much. You're you're an ideal respondent for Mr. Potocki, the journalist, after this panel. The second question in the back. Ivan Bayer. I deal with prognostics, strategies and visions for societies and companies. Well, we're talking about values in the panel, so I wanted to ask, how do you see the links between creation of values depending whether there is any wider vision existing in the societies, vision of operating, vision of life in general, because without that, without the vision, these values tend to diminish and they get lost. The question is, where in the EU and Slovakia, where we should be shaping the vision of development of society, who's responsible for that vision? Do we actually have enough experience to do that? Because my experience in the past years, we are falling behind in this sphere much more than in the material sphere. So who's responsible for the visions? The government? The government hasn't shaped any vision at all so far. Do we have any plans? We still have no vision. So who should be responsible for shaping the visions? Thank you very much. The third question in the first round. Thank you very much, Miriam Lexman, MEP, colleague of Mr. Šimečka. Let me start with the answer to Mr. Schucha. Pavol already pointed out or suggested that where is a project where half a billion people discuss? Well, in the church is 1.3 billion people discussing during this synod. And let me tell you one thing which is a parallel perhaps. The fact that during this synodal road in the church we go into the small communities and small groups, this is built on the fact that we want to change the church based on every single member looking for their own way how to implement the values in their own environment. And it would be nice to perceive the conference on the future of Europe also from this perspective. It's not only about producing 300 changes across the EU, like about which DG is going to be renamed in what way and which competence will be shifted. It's about the community. We need to heal that community, to cure this community, and to explain to people that we are all part of this community because the values that were generated by the community that we want to protect are facing a number of challenges. And here I need to return to the fact that 21 member states in this citizen panels couldn't participate. This is the reason why this happened. We cannot say that this was generated. These are the conclusions. They need to sit down how to implement these conclusions. The citizen panels in these 21 member states that weren't heard in Brussels, and I'm very sorry about this, and I think that we had to prevent this at the very beginning. When we find out that something like this was going to happen, we should have taken a look how we're going to deal with this situation. There's no way that we are discussing after the conclusion of the conference that our country and 20 other member states and their citizens were not heard in Brussels, and their contributions are basically only in the digital platform if they were smart enough to incorporate it there, because the conclusion of the citizen panel are not included in there. And we need to look at it from this perspective. There were citizens here, they told us something, and the question was future of Europe, not future of European institutions, or not the future of the EU, the future of Europe. People were answering the questions, what Europe they want to live in, what kind of country they want to live in, and this is how we should perceive this. So the answers to these questions shouldn't be only looked for in Brussels, they should be also looked for at the national level. All the legislators, all the politicians, civil society together need to be looking for the solutions. What are the citizens requiring us to do, and what kind of Europe they want to live in? Because there were no questions about what should be changed about the EU. It was about Europe. We have the subsidiarity principle. A number of these questions in a panel, these 4 topics, were broken down into respective questions that were outside the Europe competence according to today's treaty. These are the things that shouldn't be dealt with by the EU, but we were still asking the people how to do about it. I think it's correct, but I don't think we should be looking at all the questions at the European level. I believe that across all the levels of governance, of the country, of the state, of the regions, we should be looking for the answers.
Last thing. For more than 10 years, we have this Institute of Citizen Initiative. 6 such citizen initiatives have complied with all the criteria, and not a single one has been implemented. And we have known that One of us was the biggest one, was the protection of the life from the conception till the death, and nothing has been done. And if we have wanted to disappoint our citizens, then we have managed. If we don't want to let down our citizens, then we should act. And I don't think that the primary solution is opening the basic treaties. And when it comes to safety and security, I believe that we have made many bad steps and decisions that have allowed today's war in Ukraine. We really have overlooked the problems, and opinion polls and surveys have always indicated that the citizens praised high security. This is the very last thing, please. For 2 times you have already said that this was your last comment. Well, this is the 3rd last comment. And the rule of law and the European Court ruled that the European Court bases its decisions on the culture and history of the European and member states. And this can all be done only around one table when we try to discuss and answer very sensitive questions. Okay, the first round, a very useful comment that they were working very diligently, and the second interesting question, which DG or entity deals with visions that are important for the value things to be elaborated upon. So this is the question for 2 of you, I guess, and then to Miriam. Maybe more of you can react on what Miriam was saying. Okay, I'll start with a general comment. How do I think politics should be done? Okay, there are 2 categories. We have responsibility and reactiveness or responsiveness, and accountability. And I do think those 2 things need to be in balance, because if the politics, be it local or national or European, if it all should be about reactiveness, and if it were to react only on public opinion, we wouldn't be happy with it. So I would really like to prevent or remind us of the fact that we shouldn't really sort of subdue to the illusion of the fact that, okay, we have conclusions, and now it's up to the political representatives and leaders to translate them into practice, because in many cases, many times, they may be contradictory, and it would be difficult to look for a consensus. But the dimension of accountability and feasibility would be very important and difficult as well, challenging, so to say. And when it comes to visions, it's not that we wouldn't have enough visions around, but what it seems to me is that we are living in a polarized society, and it is difficult to look for a common denominator. We would definitely find one, and definitely the values that have been already mentioned would be a part of it. But I don't think that this is a role of one specific institution. Okay, Vlado, your idea who should create the vision. I believe that the vision is completely crucial. If you establish a company, you set a vision and values. And those are the main pillars of what we want to do if we want to build something. So I do believe that this is a role for leaders, visionary leaders. It's not a question for institutions. This shouldn't be through inter-service and consultations. And this cannot go through the review process in Slovakia. So it's not up to the bureaucracies or Ms. Jarfašová, I wouldn't agree with you that it's about common denominator. It has never been one. The idea of the European Union was in the hands of a handful of leaders with a vision and with a bit of political luck that have found a window of opportunity. It was definitely not a common denominator back in the 50s when everybody hated each other. So I think it's about the leaders who are able to convince the rest that they would follow. And at a small level, I actually experienced it when we reformed my own institution. If I were to carry a survey whether they are up for a reform, 90% would have said no. But I managed to convince them by doing that. I managed to convince them that it was important, that stop was crucial, etc. So that was my small environment, but in general it's about the leaders really. And Ms. Lexman, I do understand that the conference on the future of Europe is not about sending a letter to the European institutions because we are the EU. And this is how I see it. It's not about the institution, it's not about a dictatorship of Brussels and a handful of commissioners. It's about all of us, and all those solutions are possible only at all levels, European, national, regional to local, and to very personal. So I believe that only once we think ourselves, we can move on. Michael, you mean top political leaders in Brussels. Do you think that the project, the Conference of the Future of Europe, do you think it will strengthen this vision for Europe and will help generate the leaders with this vision and that will be bold enough to promote it? Well, honestly, I don't think so. And I don't think that the goal of the conference was to generate leaders that would pursue the conclusions of the conference in the political arena. And I believe that the EU does have leaders with a vision. The second thing is whether they are able to convince other leaders about it. I'm talking about Emmanuel Macron. You can criticize him for many things, but not for not having visions. He's very inspirational. He's a strong leader. He was re-elected. And the question is not about whether the vision exists or not, but whether he gets broad support among the governments or in the council. And it's true that some of the conclusions of the conference and the consultations with the public could help him or us that share his vision. But I don't think that a group will arise from the conference or a leader will rise from the conference and will pursue it in the political fight and arena. And next, what we need to mention, because Miriam is right, that it shouldn't be about one document that will be sent to 3 institutions at the end of the conference. I have always had a feeling that if we manage, then this process is going to be permanent. The consultations of this type using this methodology that is kind of a promise for participation of citizens in Europe in decision making is that the result shouldn't be a new directive, new resolution, but the fact that the European citizens are involved in decision making in a way that is statistically and methodologically feasible and acceptable. It doesn't mean that once we have the final report from the conference that the things will materialize, definitely. Because at the end of the day, it's about the Prime Minister's government and the European Parliament. And it's not about the European Parliament coming up with this idea of the conference to push through its ideas. It will all rise and fall on the member states, because they really hold the conductor's stick. We need to remind ourselves of it. It will be the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are not pushed as Slovakia to do anything. It's not a dictatorship of a handful of people in the conference. Yet again, the last decision is in the hands of the governments. One quick question is here. We need to end on time, but one more question. Ivan Horsky, a critical comment. The name of the panel mentions security in the last place. You haven't said a word about the safety and security so far, although it is the most important topic those days. Well, the citizens haven't put it into the process so far, most probably. But panelists, if you want to react, yes, I will react to that. It doesn't have to do directly with the values, but as we have said, without having clear values, we cannot have joint security policy, which is totally evident now when Viktor Orban is vetoing the joint EU policy, security policy and safety policy. So it goes hand in hand, but the conclusions from the conference clearly show, and this is supported by the survey among the citizens, well, if there is something what the EU citizens expect of the EU is to have sound security, to be an important player in the world arena, and here we are hitting the boundaries. If we need always 100% yes from amongst the member states, we are never going to end up or to pursue certain things. Qualified majority is not a panacea, but is definitely a step in the right direction. The conference sees it, and I believe that the citizens see it, and the European Union, for the first time ever, has money from the EU budget to provide weapons to Ukraine. We have a new strategic compass. So we are moving, but the basic problem is that we cannot agree on our joint security policy, and this stems from the fact that we don't share the same political values or same values. For instance, our different position, the position on embargo on Russia, but also the fact that we need yes from all 27 member states, Tomáš. And I think that the security came on the table, so the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs and Solid Foreign Policy association has generated a certain position or perspective on security through the mouth of the Vice President of the European Parliament, and I would like to thank all the remaining panelists, Mr. Shucha and Mr. Olga Djarfashova, and I really made a promise to him that we will finish on time. Thank you for your engagement and for your active listening.
Dobré popoludnie. Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Pleasant afternoon. Thanks for staying until the last panel of today's event. My name is Lucia Jar. I'm the editor of Euractiv Slovakia, and I'm honored to lead or conduct this discussion on the role of EU in the world and the topic of migration, two major chapters to which the Conference on the Future of Europe was also dedicated in two separate blocks. The recommendations of the conference were numerous. We will hopefully cover most of them. We will take a look at whether they are realistic, whether they can be transformed into real measures, and what Slovakia could take away from this, whether there's any possibility of advancing these ideas further, and whether Slovakia is actually interested in doing so. So thanks once again for coming here, and let me introduce our panel. Hopefully everybody's doing fine. State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Ingrid Brodsková, welcome. MEP, Vladimír Bilčík, pleasant afternoon. Katarína Čefová, Director of the Institute for Central Policy, the former MP, and the current MP of the National Council for Smerodina, Ludovít Goga. So, just like I pointed out, we will try to deal with two major topics where the Conference on the Future of Europe more or less agreed. In the field of foreign policy, there were actually 8 recommendations regarding strengthening of the autonomy in a number of areas, from energy through trade agreements and foreign policy agreements, standards in international trade, decision-making on foreign policy. We've heard many of them about the unanimity of voting, transparency and defense, as well as generally making sure that the EU becomes a strong international player, just like we've heard previously in a number of forums. And in the field of migration, the issues of asylum policy, legal and illegal migration. So the topics are quite numerous. I'll be obviously very happy if you also participate in the discussion, and certainly there will be also some space for you to put questions using the microphone here in the room, but also we'll appreciate any question put through the Slido application. So, without much further ado, the first question is for all the panelists, perhaps a more general question. As I pointed out, there are numerous recommendations on the Conference on the Future of Europe, and before we were exchanging the emails, when we were preparing for the conference, we went through several recommendations. So let me ask you, from your perspective, which is the key area in this pillar of the role of the EU in the world and the migration, and whether there are any barriers or obstacles. Or let me rephrase this, what are the barriers and obstacles and how we can overcome these? Still talking about the topic of today's discussion. State Secretary, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and pleasant afternoon to everyone. I'm really excited that we are having this conference here at the Ministry of European Foreign Affairs, because I believe that it's an incredibly important thing to talk about, the outcomes of the discussions of the citizens and how to grasp these recommendations, how to move on and put them into action, what we can do for better and stronger EU. Indeed, this topic is very, very heterogeneous, and there are many branches. And recently, we could really believe that it's a fact that the EU is going from one crisis to another. Since Brexit in 2016, then we had the migration crisis, the pandemic, obviously now the war in Ukraine. Basically, all these events are true crises and are a reason or even an obligation to reflect on how to deal with these situations, how we as the EU may deal with these challenges, and whether we have any capacities for that, and how to address them, and what is the role of the EU in the world, and showing solidarity to third countries outside the EU. But we can say generally that the stronger and the more unified Europe at home, the stronger it appears externally, the stronger it is in foreign policy, and the greater weight it has in the global policy as such. Perhaps three principles that should be applied across all sectoral policies, whether it's foreign policy and foreign engagement of the EU. It's unity. Now more than ever, we can see the need for unity. I'm talking about the crisis in Ukraine. So if the EU can be unified, and so far we've been successful in that, the larger the weight, the stronger the response to any events. So this makes us stronger. Secondly, the second part of our DNA, so to say, is solidarity, and this should also continue. We should feel empathy mutually, one country towards the other within the EU, but also empathy externally to third countries. Again, the pandemic and the crisis in Ukraine showed this very strongly, that the solidarity is necessary, because you never know when you are going to be in a complicated situation requiring or needing solidarity. And this goes across the board through all sectoral policies, whether it's energy, food crisis, or food self-sufficiency, environmental topics, migration. So solidarity, very important. And the third principle that unifies us are the values. Respecting human rights, respecting the basic principles of democracy, etc., etc. But you were asking me which of the areas is important, or which is the most important one. I believe it's very difficult to pick one, because they are mutually overlapping, and all these sectoral policies that I mentioned are going into the core of the EU. They are reaching towards the DNA, to the roots of the EU, and they are making the EU ready to stand up to any challenges and global trends. I'm a great fan of the topic that we call strategic foresight. Strategic foresight is something that the EU started to perform, because it gives us some prediction for the future, some of the answers to potential future challenges or situations, making us more resilient. Obviously, you may not foretell crises. Very few people expected that the war in Ukraine really will break out, but it did. But there are certain crises that can be perhaps more predictable, and for which we certainly should be building capacity. Let me just give you the four major global topics that were defined in the strategic outlook, the most recent strategic outlook of the Commission. That's the climate change and other environmental challenges, digital transformation and technological changes. Thirdly, pressure on democratic values and models of governance. And fourth, changes in the global order, world order, and demography. So looking for answers within the EU itself, answers to the question how to be resilient. So these are the trends that could be slightly predicted, and to which we should have the capacity to answer. Okay, thank you. Thanks to having our own commissioner, these topics are somehow more framed, and we've been listening to to many years of facing one crisis after another, and every election means like it basically represents a crossroads. So, Mr. Bilčík, as an MEP, what are your key areas, talking about strengthening of our position as the EU in the world globally, and perhaps also in the topic of migration? Thank you very much. Pleasant afternoon. I believe this is a great idea that we have this debate, and that we have this debate today when a very important summit is starting, very important European Council is starting. the next couple of weeks we have a chance, without having a convention or a conference, we have the chance to move many things strategically in the EU policy. And if we fail to take advantage of this chance, we will certainly be looking for the answers in the future. Why we didn't do this, why we didn't do that. So very specifically, I'll follow up on State Secretary here. I agree with the principles. Yeah, we need to strengthen the unity, solidarity. We need to strengthen the value frameworks. But let me give you three specific things that where we could advance the EU's role in political sphere of the world, internationally. And there was a very specific opportunity to do this. And if we fail to do so, the ability of Union to do anything in the world will be even smaller. It will diminish. And this is also in relation to the migration. This is the reason how to be better prepared for managing migration challenges or migration crises. So we can talk about it separately, but let me give you these three things. Firstly, talking about where we can be active, where we can be successful geographically. Well, the key policy is the policy of extension or expansion of the EU. Thinking about the brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine, we have maybe a few weeks or a few months at most to get extension or expansion of the EU into the center of the affairs. It will be a tragedy for not only for Ukraine but for us Europeans if Ukraine doesn't receive the status of a candidate country, because this will be a very different negotiation position in their communication with Moscow, and will also be very important for the Eastern Partnership. If this happens, it will be a very good beginning for very, very demanding combat of the Ukraine, not talking about military combat, of course, but also talking about the diplomatic fight, so that we can manage this Eastern neighborhood, Eastern Partnership here, so that the vital interests of the EU and Slovakia are protected. Extension of the EU is something that we've been discussing for many, many years, but it's not moving, and without showing that we can extend further on, it's difficult to be talking about EU having any strategic weight geopolitically or geographically. You know, this commission is basically the very first geopolitically strategic commission, and I think that Ursula von der Leyen is showing certain leadership in this sphere in the most recent months or weeks after the beginning of the Russian aggression. But we need to move on. So yes, we need to be talking about the eastern neighborhood and the extension of the EU, but for me absolutely key is for the Ukraine to receive the candidate status, and let's also do the maximum to make sure that Western Balkans is a part of our shared political space. It's not just a role for us in Eastern Europe, but also for the neighbors here in the Western Balkans, but we have the opportunity to advance Western Balkans. We have specific candidates to make this shift, major shift. We specifically talked about Montenegro after the most recent government change, but also it is only our mistake if we, if we block one, if we listen to, if we have to put up with blocking of a single member state if we don't open up the discussion with Northern Macedonia and Albania. And if this all happens, it will be much easier to discuss with our Serbian partners on how to work for some meaningful European future for Belgrade. So the extension is a key thing. I'm very happy that we've heard it also during the conference, and we need to put the debate where it was 15 or 20 years ago, because thanks to the extension, the Union became a larger and a stronger project. Second area that I regard as important is the Energy Union that you already pointed out. It seems to me that this is an existential thing also for the Central Europe, and Slovakia is the only efficient way how to face the Russian aggression. We need to make milestones, how to move on. We will not get rid of gas as a medium, even though if we wanted to. I want to be green tomorrow with all the consequences, but natural gas is going to stay here for some time. And if you want to have natural gas flowing from the west to the east, we need to build strategic interconnections between Spain and France, and also we need to be talking about having some guarantees of supplies from the storages in the EU for everyone, just like we've seen with the distribution of vaccines when the pandemic broke out. So this is specific thing that we need to advance after the convent, and maybe some of the decisions will not require changes of the treaties, but maybe in something, yes. And the last thing, this is the evergreen of foreign policy, and it's time to think about it, and it's time to talk about it, and time to seriously discuss about this. And that's, yes, we are a small country, and yes, we are protecting our vital interests, but insisting on the decision with a consensus in all areas of foreign and security policy or defense policy hugely limits any strategic power or strength of the EU. So I believe that we should extend the qualified majority voting, maybe not across all the spheres of foreign policy and defense. Of course, if it's a life or death questions, and if we want to, deploy military, yes, we perhaps need voices of everyone. But there are a number of things that we could do faster. For example, including the sanction package. We see that once again with the sixth sanction package, the situation that is on the table is not simple. It's not easy. But I can imagine a decision which could be faster and more efficient in the effort of stopping something like a Russian aggression in Ukraine. So that would be my take.
So, enlargement, energy union, and to single voting or unanimous voting in decisive questions. Thank you for having me over and for debating, because, yes, very rightly, we are focusing on the war in Ukraine, but I was a bit sad that the conference on the future of Europe and this topic got into on the second, kind of like, got a second priority. I need to say, from my personal perspective, that when I learned for the first time that there will be a conference on the future of the EU, I took a skeptical perspective. And as the conference was standing and I was member of the Slovak part, I actually acquired the feeling that this has been, or this was very important activity, and that we need to pursue in it, and that we need to materialize the recommendations. And I was nicely surprised that the list of recommendations includes primarily very useful and good and practical recommendations that need to be discussed and then translated into practice. And I will pick one area, and this area will be how. And it has been already mentioned by Mr. Bilcing, and to unanimous voting. And I will follow up on what Ms. Brodskova was saying, that we are jumping from crisis to crisis. But now we see, looking at all those crises that the EU has been facing, enlargement, Brexit, migration crisis, COVID, economic crisis, war in Ukraine, we see the progress, we see the development. Anybody who looks into it realizes that we need more of Europe. When there is more of Europe, when we are unanimous and flexible, we can handle the crisis better. And therefore I believe that in the common foreign and security policy, we should really get together. And although we are we used to be skeptical in those areas, but we need to move on. And what was really surprising to me when it comes to the conference on the future of Europe is that the very citizens want more of Europe. If I were to read it only, I would think that, okay, there were not many Slovaks, most probably, or people from the eastern part of Europe. But we really had personal discussions with our citizens about what kind of Europe they would like to see. And a very prominent voice in the Slovak population has been and was that they want more of Europe. What Europe should take care for its citizens, etc. So if we want to have more Europe, more flexible Europe that will be a global player, then we need to make the processes more efficient, and we need to change the way how we are voting on joint foreign and security policy. So this is most probably going to be a resonating topic, and that there is room for discussion also at the Slovak level, because we haven't created our position how far we are willing to go as a small state. Mr. Duda, more of Europe or what? Thank you for having me over. I participated in the conference on behalf of the National Parliament in the working group of migration. Unfortunately, this separate self-standing project of the conference was greatly planned, but due to COVID, most of the events took place online. Only a handful of them had a physical shape, but the physical face-to-face meetings are vital. Great. We talked with Mr. Verhofstadt at this one of those meetings, and he was saying, like, unfortunately we couldn't finish the talks, and the recommendations have not gone through the final approval of all four components. There are several interesting and important areas: common foreign and security policy, energy. What is of my interest, because I used to work in industry before I joined the politics, and third thing is migration, of course. And I need to say that we just cannot base it in the premise that our foreign policy or central management should be carved into stone. And the more I travel, the more I am in the international arena, the more I observe that there are always some problems. Either North disagrees with the West, or East or South, and or any other possibility. And when talking about the Western Balkans and supporting their membership, for instance, we as Slovakia, we agree with North Macedonia joining the EU, but Bulgarians are strongly against. And now the question is qualified majority voting or not. And of course this will disqualify smaller countries, but it will always depend on the agenda. And from my perspective, it will be more interesting to see opt-out system or multi-speed Europe or different other possibilities, because it's so difficult for 27 countries to find consensus and agree on things. And when it comes to recommendations and the conclusions, of course it needs to go through the four components and through the heads of the committees, and we will see what happens to the recommendations. Some of them are very good, others need to be finalized.
Well, in any case, if we go into the energy sector or the cooperation, or how the EU should be acting in these shared points, where we see the biggest problem after the COVID, after the increased inflation, after the various other problems that the convention didn't expect to materialize. You know, I see this quite strongly, that the geopolitics is going to change. Naturally, we feel a large pressure on the Green Deal and climate objectives, but we need to realize that the world after the war is going to develop differently, and we need to protect the interests of the citizens of the EU so that their standards of living do not diminish, so that we will be pushing on the climate objectives, but at the end of the day, their standard of living will be reduced, and the climate objectives will represent a drop in the bucket, because countries that should really pay heed, like China, India, will not be on the same wavelength. But to cooperate, what turned out as a problem during COVID were chips. So, you know, semiconductors in the production of chips and industrial manufacture. So some important materials that we are perhaps buying elsewhere. Energy sector is of course point number one, but you know, there might be even more shared topics where the EU can act as a single player, and it may ensure for the whole EU the advantage of being a large market, large buyer. Okay, let's now analyze several points specifically. We've pointed out a few. So let's return to the conference and the recommendations it brought. So the topic where the State Secretary is at home, and that's the topic of multilateral international trade architecture. Now there's the proposal from the Conference of Europe that Europe should be the leader of the reforms. So can you imagine how the reform could look like in practice, what it all requires, so that the change really takes effect? Well, it is a very ambitious task, you know, reforming international or global trade architecture. But if you look into details, if you break it down, I can see that it could be done successfully, or it has a chance to be done successfully through the reform of WTO, because WTO is a guarantor of the global order in terms of commerce. And it guarantees the level playing field for everyone, so that the rules that are agreed at the WTO are complied with, and the European Union is represented there through its single commercial policy. But it's a fact that the WTO has been in crisis for years, unfortunately, and its relevance is really doubted, because number of processes and steps that should serve as the basics for it to operate, somehow they don't operate even after replacing the leadership of WTO. But there are still three areas which I think should we look at, and these are industrial subsidies, arbitrations at the WTO, because mainly dispute settlements is a guarantee that the governments or countries do not adopt protectionist measures. And then there's a definition of the statutes of the respective countries of the WTO, the statute of developing country under the WTO that allows the country to have a better liberalization scheme or supports.
And some development countries or member states of the EU are really pressed. So there is a great discrepancy, but all those three steps with good management of the WTO and political will and the membership base of the WTO can be implemented. Practically all multilateral organizations are based on consensus. This is is also kind of an expression of certain values and the similarity of member states or of this and that grouping in like in the EU or NATO or the UN. But on the other hand, the consensus prevents the speed of adopting the decisions. That's why I see the obstacle not only towards the WTO, but in general in any and every multilateral system. Does the EU have any room for intervening through specific steps as it is demanded? Yes, it is a strong player in the WTO. Well, what could be improved? Of course, it represents a strong, big economic bloc in other areas as well. What it could do differently? What could be done in order to fulfill the expectations of its citizens? So on the multilateral level, it's about looking for allies. And I think we could say that the transatlantic union or alliance, combination of the EU and the US, has always been the partnership that has promoted global order. And this has been so in the WTO, other global organizations. The European Union is trend and standard setter, and together with the US, they should create an environment for the measures that they want to promote, and they should look for needed coalitions. So it's a process, and the EU is in the process, and the citizens wanted to get further. A similar picture is painted in the security policy, and the unity in the EU is even more important. And one of the proposals of the conference was creating single or common military forces or defense. This is a very broad topic, and more of security was one of the demands or requirements. Creating a single EU army was a notion that the citizens voted for the most. So this topic really resonates, and we've been talking a lot about it in relation with the NATO competencies. EMP, what would need to happen? We do have strategic compass now, but what would need to happen to get to this level of having joint army? Is it just way too unrealistic? Great question. Okay, and what is the situation after 10 years of different deliberations? And how do we deal and tackle with the current situation? This massive armed conflict hasn't been around since the World War II. And the dimension is totally different to the war in the Balkans in the 90s. We need to now look into what brings the potential solutions when it comes to the security of the EU and now its citizens. I believe that Europe should be evaluated to its members where it works. If we think or talk about joint army, the reality shows is that if there is something back on the table, then it is NATO. NATO is back on the table. No matter that we might have felt that they didn't work so well, etc., especially during Trump, and all this transatlantic treaty was not really working. And maybe the situation or the picture would be totally different if we didn't have Biden. And I would go back to the topic of enlargement, and the enlargement is just behind the door, and I do hope that we all will agree, including our friends in Ankara, that we definitely want to enlarge NATO by Finland and Sweden. We don't have too much to do with the NATO, although we cooperate when it comes to fight against hoax and disinformation. But the discussion why the Swedes and the Finnish should join NATO was, this discussion was very intense in the European Parliament. I do believe that our main answer in terms of security is NATO. That doesn't mean that there is no room for European cooperation and for building our European defense capacities. One of the lessons learned from the war in Ukraine and the aggression against Ukraine is cooperation in military production, building joint defense capacities. We really feel that, and we are finding out that we need to have the capacity of defense. We need to have physical funds to defend ourselves. We need soldiers, and the war can spill over. This is totally not ruled out, so there is a huge room. We have institutions, we have joined the European Defence Agency, we have joined the rules for public procurement, and I see huge room for building joint defence capacities here. And I believe we need to start with the strategic topics, where are the threats, how we can join our forces. And what is the most relevant now is to have a joint or common cyber defense. This could be built relatively easily and swiftly. And good enough at the European level, we need to strengthen the strategic communication and fight against hoaxes. We could have a very strong European response in those areas, and yes, we are working on it, but we need to do more. We see what has this slow and mischievous Russian propaganda done throughout the years, and this is inevitable and realistic. And when we talk about building physical European forces, I don't see it as a priority number one. I will be very open about it, because it shows if somebody can intervene swiftly, it is the NATO. But of course we have European forces somewhere at NATO, the Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this is a very, very explosive region. We're talking about the Balkans in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it is really a dense area, and we have European soldiers under the European flag, so potentially a huge European failure if something happens, or a huge European opportunity if we manage to protect the values. So I don't see it as something that should be systematic, those European forces, but it's an add-on to the NATO. And this narrative that NATO is back is not maybe a narrative that hampers the strategic autonomy called upon by the public or the stakeholders. Yes, it's okay, but let's try to define what is the union. Union does only what its institutions allow it to do, and those in the council are key stakeholders. Those are the main driving forces. Us in the European Parliament, we often want to change things, move things forward, and many times there are many national parliaments that support certain topic, but it's up to the MP. And the national parliaments also play a role when we build security in forces. It cannot go without the support of national parliament, because it's a question of life and death. Politically, it is totally clear, but I don't think that we should reinvent the wheel when we have NATO around, when we can talk within NATO. If Trump was still in the White House, the discussion would be totally different. But yes, situation can change. That's what we have the institutions for. Okay, it can change and we will adopt. I believe the projects that were outlined back in the 90s are somewhere in the drawer, but I don't see any meaning of building our own defense sources under the context. And the discussion about the safety and security from the beginning of this century was based in the fact that we live in a safe European environment, immune to the external influences where nobody can attack, and then we are going to focus on how to deal with conflicts in broader context, like in Africa or in other countries. But this is not our reality of today. We need to be able to protect potentially very specific physical attack on our territory. This is a debate in the Baltic states, in Slovakia, Poland, and this debate frames the whole security debate. And what do we need? A strong, functional, well-working army. We need to develop it together with NATO and the EU.
Coming back to what we've outlined already is an important topic. Unanimous decision making, or the requirement for unanimity in security and defense questions. We all have to agree on a specific decision and how to proceed. And we've mentioned that on the 6th package of sanctions, some countries suggest that we shouldn't go this way. Doesn't this qualified majority requirement, doesn't it come across as that it basically creates unity only on paper? I mean, how we can be unified if we are not unified and we vote differently? Well, I believe that exactly the qualified majority is taking away the comfort from the national states. That if I decide this way, and 26 other parties behind the table are against it, or they want to do differently, they will not get ahead without me. And all the more the qualified majority, this change of voting, would be forcing the states, the governments, to agree on compromises so that they can, the shared position should be as close as possible to what still can be okay for me and what I can sell to my electorate at home. But wouldn't this take even longer than it's taking now? I mean, looking for these compromises, it seems, wouldn't it be even more complicated? Well, I mean, it's always difficult to look for a compromise, but it's about compromising also today. And what I believe is slowing us down the most is the unwillingness of a single country, or maybe two countries. We've seen it, the unwillingness to discuss at all, the unwillingness to at least make a one step further towards the shared solution or common solution. So we don't have too many instruments on our hands. Maybe this is not a perfect instrument, and obviously that small countries are rightfully afraid. But it's not written anywhere that we need to decide by qualified majority in all questions. We can say that the unanimity will be applied to some key decisions, just like MEP over here pointed out. Secondly, I think it was President Macron from France mentioning during his speech at the European Parliament that when he was talking about opening of the treaties, that the qualified majority doesn't have to be the same qualified majority as we know it today, so 50%, or well, more than 50%, or 65% of population, if I'm not mistaken. So there was a suggestion, but that perhaps there could be another form of compromise which will be more comfortable for small member states. I believe that more than the specific modalities is finding the willingness and momentum. And I believe the momentum is now. We will need to be looking for this will. Okay, so let's say that we already have the will, we have the momentum, and we're going to look for modalities. I want to be more practical, just like Mr. Goga here pointed out. Perhaps it could be done that the qualified majorities applied to some specific topics. Can you foresee any areas where we would be able to implement somehow? Or maybe, let me put it in another way around, where we really need to keep the unanimous voting. Well, I would like to see qualified majority in all questions, personally. But perhaps the most logical ones that need to keep unanimous decision making are the key areas of life and death, so to say, about deployment of military power or access of some new members, for example, accession of new member states, for example. Again, last questions. Where Slovakia would be perhaps at a disadvantage? We've heard several times that maybe some smaller countries may be at a disadvantage if the unanimous voting was eliminated. So where are the potential pitfalls for Slovakia? In which areas? I'm not sure if there are some specific areas where Slovakia would be... Slovakia is not this uncompromising player. I think in a number of areas, I mean most areas, we have at least a willingness to look for consensus. So I think that just like Mr. Goga pointed out that yes, we're a small country and this might put us at a disadvantage, but I don't think that we have any particular area where we would feel at danger, where it would take away our foreign policy, just like the fears are, or concerns are. I think it's quite the other way around. Our foreign policy would be strengthened because we would have a more actionable and unified foreign policy. Mr. Goga, we were talking about you being part of the discussions on behalf of national parliaments dealing with the topic of migration. Again, there were several proposals on asylum policy, legal migration, regulation of migration. There was even a proposal to implement legislative measures to ensure safety and health of all migrants. So how do you perceive these ideas? What are the basics where we really need to get ahead? I need to return with one sentence to what Mr. Bilčík was saying, the army. It wasn't heard here, and I'd really like to make sure this is heard. European Union is a giant, economical giant, but militarily in defense, we are really a dwarf in terms of military so we are economically extremely strong community, but when it comes to the army, we are very we are very weak and vulnerable. So how to deal with the defense for the future? Well, my personal opinion is, I'm also the head of the delegation of the National Council in the parliamentary session of NATO, and we are discussing this topic, and I'm convinced that there is this model of NATO, and we need to at least follow through with this 3% of GDP, sorry, 2% of GDP, in some countries maybe with 3%, but we are not at a condition now that the army... Let me give you an example. Poland, Czech Republic and Slovakia and maybe Hungary together can give you 150 or 200 tanks. That was everything we could do, everything we could get. It's a very small contingent, In general, we are very weak in this respect because we lived in a situation for many, many years that there was peace, nothing can go wrong, there's no danger, and we didn't ensure our protection, our defense, and now we see how weakened we are with the situation happening here. We cannot defend our geopolitical space so quickly. I mean, thanks God that we are the member of NATO. I'm so happy that we accessed the NATO in 2004. That was a very important moment for us. And I need to say that this future is clearly in cooperation here. And even if we wanted to establish the European army, where would be the headquarters? Who would be leading it? There's a big problem, and there's a lot of questions to be answered. And now switching to migration and the recommendations, certainly the recommendations are not final. There are proposals, from my perspective, or from the perspective of our political parties, that we don't agree with. For example, the term illegal migration should be eliminated from the vocabulary. Secondly, we still don't have the migration pact approved, so migration as such is still not determined in the national parliaments. I'm not sure if it is at the European level. Obviously, we agree in comparison to the word 2015 that there's currently migration which is very different from a civilizational perspectives. We have very different type of migrants coming into the country. These people are close to us. These people want to stay here. They want to work. They don't want to abuse the social welfare system as it often used to be with the migrants from the northern Africa or the Middle East. So I see, looking at the measures of the European Asylum Agency, a lot of measures that are good, but some of the competence they ask for are exceeding the framework of what they should have. So I believe that most of the things have already been included there. And regarding your question, the protection, the protection of health for pregnant women, for minor children, or persons who could be who could be somehow under some pressure or coercion, or they could be endangered in some way. I also take this as a part of the right measures to be implemented. Of course, we should work more on that, but time will show how far we can actually go and where the conclusions will get.
If there are any reactions, well, when it comes to migration, I would really like to react because I do believe that in Slovakia this is a very sensitive topic, and I'm not sure whether I can phrase it in this way, but thanks to the conflict in Ukraine, a lot has happened in the heads of the Slovak citizens, and of course each and every war is devastating and it has incredibly negative impacts, and it is the worst way how to deal with conflicts, and we have been exposed to unprecedented situations Slovakia has had no experience with. So we're not talking about some virtual migration crisis when it comes to Slovakia, but we went through a new experience, I need to say, and I believe that this crisis has shaken the Slovaks, and we have ceased to be indifferent, and thanks to the solidarity in Slovakia, in private sectors, civil society, municipalities, we have managed to make a step forward. But this is also related to another topic, what we are going to support in the European discourse. First, the war in Ukraine has helped us to wake up and also to step out from our comfort zone in Slovakia and to take a different look on refugees as before. And the same applies to the migration crisis, and the refugees have helped us to see bigger picture and the world in broader perspective, because today migration doesn't equal masses of Muslim men trying to find their way into Europe, but has a different picture. And when I visited Vyšné Německé at the border and I saw who was coming, women and children, 90%, with plastic bags, looking for basic safety, calling for basic help and assistance when it comes to food, help for their kids. And thirdly, what has this crisis helped us to realize? It has improved the image of Slovakia image of Slovakia abroad. And when we talk about the foreign policy, I think this is a big step forward. We are not this disruptive element in the European discourse. in spite of the fact that we used to help our partner countries with millions of euro in the past. I visited Lebanon just recently. So the reaction of the Slovak society to this conflict in Ukraine is our best move. We stood up for the right values, and what I think this is very important to be said, and we very much welcome the fact that the French presidency reopens this topic, has prepared a package of solutions, an overarching agreement, flexible solidarity is on the table, quotas are not discussed. So I believe that the whole framework has changed to what it used to be a couple of years ago. This is a great baseline, and let's hope that we will be able to move forward at the European level. Okay. It is promising, in converted commas, when we talk about the war in Ukraine. But if there were another war further away from us with other civilization background, do you think that it would be the same? Do you really believe that we have learned the lesson? Well, throughout the past 94 days, it has been a huge test for our society. After 2 to 3 weeks, we already established a system at the border. Civil society was very active, has been active, the government has been active, and I am cautious optimist, and I do believe that the system will sustain, and I hope that and we will do anything and everything that inclusive potential and the inclusive attitude of the Slovak society will sustain, and we will really help those people to have life with dignity, will help to earn money, and the integration has moved from the foreign policy to the national domestic policy, and I very much hope that the application will be smooth. So we dived into the topic of migration, but of course there is room for your questions. Should there be some? 1, 2, 3, 4. I am representing Alliance of Secondary School Students. Question to Mr. Bilčík. So we have this trend that we are talking about Europe in the context, in the global context, and me as a European and Slovak, I need to say that the world is laughing at us when it comes to our diplomacy, and I'm not going to talk about Mr. Borrell, but I think it would be relevant. You may take a stand afterwards, but okay, there should be a single European diplomacy, and single or unanimous attitude should be important. But how to improve the reputation of the EU in the world so that China doesn't laugh at us and doesn't laugh at our diplomacy or other big superpowers? Ivan from Conservative Institute of Rastislav Štefanik. Question to Vlado Bilčík. I don't think it's appropriate to change the system, how the institutions function, or to change the voting system in order to fix one specific problem. Yes, qualified majority would really help us to deal with blocking the sixth package of sanctions by Hungary. But this wouldn't solve much bigger problem of the EU. And that is what Scholz and Macron are doing. And Mr. Goga was mentioning that the Poland and Czech and Slovakia have sent about 300 tanks to Ukraine, and it's much more than Germany and France. So we do have huge problems with defense in Europe. And I don't think this is going to be resolved by the qualified majority. And one more thing. We could agree on many things when it comes to criticism of Trump, but he has reiterated a couple of times throughout his administration, and that was that the EU shouldn't rely on the US when it comes to its defense and should invest into its defense. And this was his major message to us, and this is actually becoming very clear. We want to help Ukraine, but some of the countries have realized that they have nothing to offer, because we were saving on defense, we were investing into the healthcare and social affairs. That's very nice, but this may happen that our healthcare will really turn into what Ukraine is facing, and that means that the hospitals will be destroyed by the aggressor. So the question is whether we shouldn't reevaluate it. Okay, we have made a commitment of 2%, but I totally agree that we should cooperate when it comes to military investment into R&D of modern weapons, because the war in Ukraine shows us that many armies are ready for the war in 20th century, not for 21st century, and the fact that we all wish for global peace is not of no help to any of us.
Thank you. TOMÁŠ STRÁŽAY, Slovak from Policy Association. I'd like to follow up on the previous panel with this discussion, and the question is as follows. Wouldn't this mean that if we keep greater unity of the EU, not only when it comes to the sanctions, but also when it comes to strengthening of the security and defense dimension of the EU, wouldn't this mean the resignation of the values and decline in the value benchmarks, especially talking about the rule of law? And also it has the external dimension in the context of ensuring faster accession of new member states. Wouldn't we sort of resign on some of the strict criteria for the new member states? Because some of these countries perhaps got quite far when it comes to the progress of diverging from the accession trajectory, if you know what I mean. PAVOL DEMEŠ is not here as a moderator, so I may put the question to anyone here, maybe all of you. Thank you very much. So let me start with the MEP, because there are two questions, Mr. Bilčík, for you. The first question concerning the image of the EU in the world. Also, when it comes to the European democracy and its boss, Mr. Borrell. And the question whether the qualified majority would address the major issues, structural issues that the EU is facing, especially internally when it comes to defense, and perhaps whether this should be included in the increasing of the defense expenditures. Thank you very much. Great questions. I'll start with the first one. I was one of the people who signed the letters of MEPs after the infamous visit of Mr. Borrell in Moscow, where we asked him, or where we asked the President of the European Commission to ask for his resignation. So I have no problem with this statement, and I still believe it was the right thing to do, because what he did there, the visit, wasn't worth a boss of the European diplomacy. But I believe that himself alone, and not only himself, took a lesson from that. And the greatest lesson learned was this huge slap in our face from the 24th of February. So I don't think that the world is laughing at us today. I think we have, of course, a number of internal issues. We have internal frustrations. It was nicely summarized by Ivan Kuhn. Yes, there are big tensions between the member states in terms of how to proceed in our support of Ukraine, but I don't think that we are a laughing matter. I think we even discovered a certain leadership in European foreign policy. Let me just give you two words that I regard as leadership faces. One is the boss of my institution, or our institution, our Slovak parliament in Brussels and Strasbourg, Roberta Metsola, who was one of the first to travel to Ukraine after the 24th February. I mean, one of the first European politicians, and it's been resonating out to today. And the second is Ursula von der Leyen, who went to Ukraine with a very well strategically thought out message. And it was part of the plan that our Prime Minister, Eduarda Hegera, who was here in the morning, traveled with her on that visit. And the State Secretary here said that the Slovakia gained a lot of credit and image and a lot of political capital with its clear position when it comes to solidarity, facing the people running away from war, but also when it comes to our position in terms of how we are helping and willing to help to our friends in Ukraine. So perhaps that's enough to answer that first question. I believe that this war is a huge opportunity in a way for our foreign policy as well, and this is how we look at it. It's a great lesson learned, not an opportunity. Qualified majority, that relates to that doesn't relate only to one major decision. This debate has been here for dozens of years, and I don't see it as a revolution. I see it as an evolution. So let's look at where it could help us. And it's not about the way of how to decide it, but how to deal with the respective issues of foreign policy and defense. In European Parliament, we are voting on a number of things, and we need a majority to pass a bill or pass something, whatever it is. And then, of course, we negotiate differently. If we negotiate under the system with a veto, the negotiations are very different. So I believe that this would substantially change the culture of negotiation and the approach to political decisions. And this is the key thing, because let's be very honest, which of these decisions in the Union, passed in the Union in the past couple of years, what are the decisions that we would really disagree, or where we would be missing a qualified majority? Or how many times did we take a role of a vetoing country? I can't remember any situation where we would be vetoing anything as Slovakia. So I think that this could really be helpful when it comes to adopting faster, more decisive and better European decisions. Yes, it's not a zero-sum game, but on the other hand, I don't think it would get us into a worse situation than we are today. Better, quite the other way. And talking about Trump, yes, Trump was right that we should be investing more into defense. I can agree on this thing with him. And let's look at the European space to, push some of the defense agenda within the framework of the nation states much more efficiently. And your question, Tomáš, issues with rule of law has always been here, corruption problems always here. Accession historically was always about the strategic geopolitical decisions. This was in the 90s, this was in the early years after 2000, it was in relation to Greece, Portugal, Spain. It was also in relation to the neutral countries in the 90s, obviously our region. And I think that these things can be tackled hand in hand. Moreover, having this lesson learned from our own accession to the EU from 2004, we have now much better instruments within the EU how to deal with the issues of democracy and rule of law. Maybe they are not super perfect, but they are stronger. So I wouldn't be afraid of that, because the costs of non-accession or non-extension would be much higher. I believe that if the Western Balkans is not European, sooner or later it will either be Chinese or Turkish, or mainly Russian, and it will be no help to any one of us. And the same about Ukraine. However, the military interest will somehow continue, but if you don't give the Ukrainians a clear perspective that we want you to be the part of our geopolitical space, the conflict zone will be here for the next decade. So this really is about where we want to see the European project to be, and I think this is a strategic decision going hand in hand with the principles. There was a question from Slido on you, so let me look at that. But the second question, if I may, isn't the application of Sweden and Finland to join NATO, isn't this a proof that the shared defense policy failed because the guarantee already exists in terms of treaties? No, I don't think this is a sign of a failure. I think this is understanding what the NATO is about hard collective defense. And the Swedes and the Finns, I think, understand it very well. And I think Finland and Sweden, there has always been political forces that wanted to join NATO even before February 24th. And this is a purely strategic decision. These are countries that pay huge amounts of money for their own defense and defensibility, and they want to share these costs today, which I believe is a huge plus for all of us in NATO. Thank you very much for reminding us.
Deputy Minister, you may react to all other questions, but maybe the most important one, whether we should kind of lower the bar when it comes to enlargement by next countries. I do support what has been said. Enlargement has been a strategically successful project. On the top of that, there have been some expectations raised towards the countries of the Western Balkans, and also in the context in the conflict of Ukraine. We are talking about Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. I believe that the enlargement criteria are clear, so it is really in the benefit of those countries, and those countries should kind of motivate each other to get closer to the European values, and we also should help them to come closer. So this is a win-win situation, but the criteria and compliance with the criteria is extremely important. And secondly, credibility of the EU depends on how long do we let somebody waiting in front of the door, because the Western Balkans is a great example, and how we actually experience the same thing. If you let somebody linger around the door for too long, then other players come in. And I'd like to say one more thing on the leadership of the EU. Crisis in Ukraine is a global problem, not a European one. And when dealing with this problem, the EU has really confirmed its leadership, that we can be strict, unanimous, and firm, and very clear when it comes to our reaction. I totally reiterate to and support what has been said. A lot is said when it comes to this. There are usually two solutions to a thing, not endless number of solutions, and often those solutions are imperfect, and often you are deciding between two evils or two bad solutions, and you need to weigh the risks and go for the one with lesser harms. And of course you are totally clear that there will be risks and negative impacts, etc. But I totally agree that here we need to be absolutely clear. The European pathway for Ukraine or for the Western Balkans, because the alternative is much worse. Then, as Vlado was saying, we do have tools that we can apply, and at the same time we can hear the idea resonating. That is, and this idea is maybe not fully debated, and we may be a bit suspicious about it, but one way or another we are in a new situation, and many of the tools we have available are obsolete. The treaties have have been around for some time, and maybe it is time for us to consider whether we shouldn't review them. Manuel Macron outlined something in his Strasbourg address. When it comes to political level, we may speculate whether this is good or bad. We can only guess. But at the same time, his Minister of Europe immediately reacted that Ukraine will get to the European Union in 15-20 years. So this was really a killer. And then there was this suggestion of having European Confederation, and we heard that from the mouth of Enrico Letta. So there are so many proposals, and we are rather skeptical about them. And of course, it is always better to use those tools that are available and not come up with new and endless number of new ones. But the question is whether this is really not the situation, if this is not really the situation when we should think about it. Okay, should we lower our expectations, or maybe also internally? I would turn it around and would go back to what Katarina has alluded to. Can we forecast the situation in a couple of years? We were not confronted with COVID, rising or spiking inflation that is predicted by the EBRD for upcoming period. And then after the war in Ukraine, do we know where the EU is going to be at? We need to say what has happened. Germany, after 16 years of Angela Merkel's politics, is in a situation that it's from the energy perspective, it is dependent on Russia, economically on China. Then the French are dealing with the Mercosur, and they just haven't got their order on submarines. So both those economies are in deep problems, and I do agree with the enlargement of the EU by the Western Balkan countries, but now we need to look into political and economic decisions. Every single country expects of the EU is to get economic support. So every country, all countries would be happy if the money is redistributed among them, and that would be used. And we have already heard it in terms of military and defense, that there would be orders. But we don't know what is ahead of us. And it's going to be very interesting what is going to happen in the politics in the upcoming years with different countries we are talking about, and we need to think about it. And yes, enlargement is great, and they are waiting for it, and if it is not us, then it will be somebody else, either from Asia or from Russia. We can see that. But I can't give you the answer now. Maybe there are experts who could forecast the development, and let's hope it will be positive. And of course, I want to say, when it comes to Ukraine, it will be great. But also, we had a 10-year period, and I remember how Western countries were fighting the labor market issues, for instance, 7, 10, 11 years, how many hurdles we needed to overcome to become a member. Okay, some countries disagree with fast-track accession, but at the same time, yes, it's true, we need to show the countries lights at the end of the tunnel, that we are counting with them. Okay, thank you very much. We have had really limited time for very broad topics, so thank you very much, Deputy Minister or State Secretary, Mr. Bilčík, Ms. Katarina Čefalvajová, and Mr. Goga. A round of applause for the panelists, please. And now I'd like to hand it over to the State Secretary, who is going to close the conference.
So, thank you very much. I received this pleasant task to conclude the day number 1 of the conference, because as you certainly know, we continue tomorrow. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I believe that today's event and its discussion and its discussions confirm that it was the right decision to hold this conference on this review conference on the Conference on the Future of Europe. All the crises, the Brexit, the pandemic, the migration crisis, the war in Ukraine, the COVID-19, you know, they asked for wide and demanding, let's be open, demanding Europe-wide discussion about its future direction. We will perhaps agree that the Conference on the Future of Europe is important, because this discussion cannot be a salon discussion of politicians, of elite club, but it must involve the citizens of the EU who expect us to act specifically. The Conference on the Future of Europe covered a large range, or vast range of topics, and it was confirmed in today's discussion in a number of panels, whether it was about competitiveness, social justice, protection of the environment, digitalization, or justice as such, or strengthening our resilience. All these topics, also in the context of the war in Ukraine, strengthened by the social dynamics and economic dynamics, all of these crises are perceived with much greater urgency. What will be the next development in the protection of rule of law? How the European war will influence European security and democracy? Should the EU go through institutional reform and to open the basic treaties? What the result of the conference tell us about the vision of the citizens and the future of the EU? What do they tell us about the support of digitalization and competitiveness of EU? What are the most important problems Slovakia is facing, and how can the European measures help us to address these problems? What are the priorities of citizens in the field of environmental protection and combating climate change? What are the solutions that can help member states to deal with the issues of green transition? And how will the plans and recommendations of the citizens will be influenced by energy crisis? Which are the key and critical areas of European security? Will the war in Ukraine accelerate the reform of asylum and migration system? All of these questions and many more were somehow put on the table, and many others are also processed as recommendations from the citizens. It is their vision of a better and stronger Europe, and it is up to us, the politicians and the officials of the respective national governments and experts, to listen to their imaginations, listen to their ideas about the stronger, more resilient and more successful Europe, and to complete and implement them step by step. Let me thank you deeply from the bottom of my heart on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, on behalf of the citizens of Slovakia and all European citizens, for your time and your willingness to share your ideas here today. I do look forward for our future cooperation. The Conference on the Future of Europe is just the beginning. It's not the end. It is the beginning of a process, at the end of which there will be, I hope, a stronger and more resilient, a more European Union with better place for all the citizens of the EU. So let me raise a toast, metaphorically, but we will also physically raise a toast at the bottom, at the ground floor, for a stronger Slovakia within the EU. Thank you very much.